Hi friends, good evening, and this is your host Ankit Khanelwal joining you from Delhi, India, and we have Kimberly Calhoun joining us from North Carolina, USA, and it's a great day for US. But before that, welcome to IBM TV Spiritual Saturday, and what I can say, it's an American day. Good morning to America and good morning to the world, and it's a long weekend. What the people in the other parts of the world understand, but what is the value of or what is 4th of July for Americans?
The Independence Day is when we separated from England and we considered ourselves free. But somebody texted me this morning, to all my friends, and he's from England, to all of my friends in the U.S., happy 4th of July to you. But I told him I don't think we ever left, right? I think we just came over here, but we ended up with the same problems we had over there. So perhaps it was more of an Independence Day for them, getting rid of all the criminals, because we ended up with taxation. Well, because everything we left for and claim we left for, like freedom of religion and taxation bullies and things like that, we ended up with taxation bullies that have immunity. And we ended up with very religious people that forced their prejudice on us, that if we don't follow it, they would actually kill people over it. So we really didn't, to me, we really didn't gain freedom. Now, people would argue with me over this, but this is my perspective. It's not a sourpuss perspective. It's just the reality of it. I don't think we left it. I think we just fooled ourselves into believing, but it's a big day. We celebrate it with fireworks and lots of food. And somebody asked me the other day, what is American food? What do you celebrate with? And I couldn't think of anything in particular except what I like. But when I worked for and donated my time at the USO, which is for the military people, and it was at the airport, so we would greet them when they came into home from wherever they were, the first thing they wanted was hot dogs. Okay. And to me, hot dogs is that all-American baseball, football stadium food. But it was so funny because we had to stock up on them, like freezer full of hot dogs, and we had a hot dog vending circulating cooking machine. But it was, I just thought that interesting, that it wasn't pizza or tacos or beef stew. It was hot dogs. So, but anyway, we celebrate cooking out, picnics, eating watermelon. Well, to me, watermelon. But ice cream was a big thing when I was growing up. We would have this hand cranked ice cream maker, right? And the kids, I think it was a way to keep us busy, but we packed it with ice and salt. And the mixture was, pure cream and sugar. And some people, they would put their favorite fruits in it. We always put the fruits on the outside, but you hand cranked it all day. So it would take hours to make ice cream. And I think, to me, I remember that was just the coolest thing, is just that each of us would take turns, and at the end of the day, this wonderful tasting ice cream.
That is what the family is all about, basically. Because in India, whenever we come together for any kind of festival, we cook a lot of food together, and somehow that food taste and quality is up to the mark. I mean, it's kind of something goes, maybe a feeling or some love or whatever it is, and that tastes wonderful. And then in India, we do something which is known as, we call in India called Bhandara. That means we are creating a lot of food for us and for community as well. And then we serve those food outside temple. So we serve to anyone. Anyone can come and get that food. And if you taste that food, it's every time it's more delicious, because it comes, there are a lot of blessings and there are a lot of love and a lot of God grace and all those things. And somehow that food is amazing. So it's a part of the culture, and it's not happening in India. It's happening in US as well, as you said. But for Indians, we would like to know that it's been how many years since you have been independent?
Oh, I hadn't even counted it. I know it's over to 200, right? So, but I've not checked. But you're right. Maybe I should do that. I enjoy these holidays in a different way. But let's take a look. What anniversary for July 4th is this? Let's see. Oh, it's 1776. Of course, I should have remembered that because I have coins, 1776 coins to my dad had given me as a child.
So it's
Uh,
244 years.
so yeah, 200. So 1776. Yeah, 244 years. So,
Wow.
so
That's
that's a
a
long
big
time.
time.
Yeah, I
That's a
remember.
long time. And that means their generations and generations have been passed on. But for our independence, there's still a lot of people who born before independence and they're still alive, and they know what happened before independence and after independence. That's how India is all about. But I'm surprised to see that how England have ruled the world at some point of time, and now they are not a superpower, and then they are under a lot of countries as well. But if you talk about Americans or if you talk about Indians, everyone is somehow related to British people in some way or the other. And also, British have done a lot of great architect for the world. That is what the positive thing of that, because we have still a lot of hatredism, not hatredism, but we still have a lot of differences with British what they have done. But now the new generation is overcoming it, and it's like a global world. But still, people who were there at the time of independence, they know what kind of things they have done, and it should done in a right way. But that's a part of the story now. It's history, and then we have to move forward.
Right. And I think, England might have learned a very valuable message in growing up because they are one of the older countries, right?
Yeah,
And I think that what they learned that having absolute global power was too much work. It was too much war, too much contention. And maybe they learned the value of peace just being in your own, right?
true.
Take care of your own community and then bridge in different ways, right? Bridge the world in different ways, but not to own it in power. And I think that that's what they learned the value of, that we're all still very young countries compared to England. And I
And
think
I think today, on this spiritual Saturday, we have Dr. Srinivas Pandey, and we will be discussing about Kada. You remember, everyone in India, they're taking that spice water, spice hot water, boiling water, and we believe that it's a good immunity booster for Indians. And I don't have the number, but maybe more than 50% of the India is taking those Kada during the pandemic time to make sure that they can fight or they can increase their immunity. So we have Mr. Pandey discussing about it, and I have to beam out because of some technical reasons. I will join back as soon as I
you're
can.
going to come right back. Okay.
Yeah.
But thank you, Ankit, for that introduction. And let's just remember the importance of our immunity, right? We can replace wealth, but we cannot replace health. And so let's welcome Dr. Srinivasa. Do you call him Srinivasa or Pandey?
You can say Srinivasa Pandey, but you can say Dr. Pandey. I think there is some problem with Kim, and then my system is also not working somehow. I'll try to put Jim. So Jim, you need to take over. I'll just reboot and come back because there is some technical issues on my system right now.
Okay.
Okay, and Kim got closed down because of the internet. I'm just trying to put Dr. Pandey as well.
Okay.
My
Kim's
system
going
is
out to her garage to fix her Wi-Fi.
my system is hanged up. I'm not able to do it. I'm just trying my best. Yes.
Almost.
Somehow, it was working fine, but somehow I don't know what happened.
Maybe if you press it harder.
No, it goes. So I have a couple of windows open up. I can't see the screen clearly because there are two more pop-ups, and I just have to make sure that I click the right button.
Right.
So I'm just zooming and clicking at the button right now. Yes.
Ah.
Good evening, sir, and welcome to IBM TV. It's been long since you won't be able to join. How is everyone in family?
And now fine. Everybody is fine now.
Okay, great.
Oh, good.
Great. And today we will be discussing about the Kada, which is a very popular immunity booster in India. I will just join back in a couple of minutes. So I just have to make sure that the system will work. So Jim will take care of it, and then I'll join back. But before that, you can introduce what is Kada, and then I'll just bring back again.
Yeah.
Okay. So, the kada is actually nothing but a decoction of certain combination of drugs. So especially, we have to choose the drugs which are more like we need something which is anti-inflammatory,
Yeah.
anti-pyretic, antiseptic, and anti-inflammatory, as well as which reduces phlegm, the kapha, the what do we call it is vata, kapha, pitta, vata, pitta, kapha, three doshas. So from the three doshas, the kapha should be subsiding, by which, and which should be carminative, which increases the digestive fire. Like suppose we take black pepper, ginger, cinnamon, tulsi, holy basil, and curcumin, that haridra, haldi, turmeric, and
Turmeric.
of course guduch, the Tinospora cordifolia.
What was
These
the
are the
last one?
six things.
The last one you said was, I didn't hear.
That is giloy. Giloy means Tinospora cordifolia. Tinospora.
I don't think I do. Say it. Say it one more time. I'm going to try to listen hard.
It is actually giloy in common Hindi, and guduchi in Sanskrit.
Okay.
Yeah. So even if you don't get that, I think, see, now our institution, I am from Ayurveda Shala Cortical. I'm a senior physician and manager of the Delhi branch. So we have specially prepared a decoction combination on the instructions of Ayush Ministry, which is in circulation. But we are sorry to get it, unlucky to get it. We may get it next week. But in South, it has been circulated. It has only 4 combinations in that, 4, which are having antiviral properties and antipyretic, anti-inflammatory, and this antiseptic also. In that, we have got this first thing is, I'll say, tulsi is a 4 parts.
Okay.
Holy basil, tulsi, 4 parts of tulsi, and two parts each, cinnamon and this thing, ginger, 2 each, 4, 2, 2, and 1 part is black pepper.
Okay.
Okay. So generally, black pepper, ginger, and pipli, that is another type of pepper. These 3 are trikatu. They are called as trikatu, 3 bitters. Namaskar, ma'am. How are you? Fine?
Yeah,
Hope you are
I think, and thank you, Jim, for stepping in when Ankit went down. I went down. But you know what?
Yeah, yeah.
Work today, right? We're
That's
so
it.
And but thank you so much for continuing the conversation, because this is for our viewers, not really about
Yeah.
us. It's about getting and making sure that the show goes on. And
Yeah.
but Dr. Srinivasa, thank you so much. So you're sharing with us about some spice drink
Yes,
that
yes.
we can do to build our immunity, and spiritually we are building our immunity today as well,
Yes.
which is very, very important. And so how are you doing today?
Fine, fine.
I'm fine.
I
So-
wanted to follow up on your question, because we know cinnamon, we know ginger, and we
Yeah.
know black pepper, and
Yeah, and
the last ingredient. And what was the last?
tulsi, holy basil.
Basil.
Holy basil, tulsi.
Yeah.
Ocimum sanctum.
Okay. Cinnamon and basil.
Ah.
Yeah.
Ah.
Okay.
Black
cinnamon, basil, pepper, and ginger,
see,
right?
ginger, black pepper, and cinnamon. All these 3 are very. It acts as antiviral as well as
Right.
antipyretic. It reduces the temperature also, body temperature. It is carminative. It improves your digestive fire. Okay.
Oh,
And
okay.
along with that, the idea behind choosing these combinations is you should choose a drug which cuts down brings down the kapha in the body.
Right.
Because whenever you say the respiratory distress or any choking happening due to corona or without corona also, respiratory tract should be cleansed.
Yes. Yes. This is
So
this is what's being attacked by the virus.
exactly. So what we call it as chedana, kapha chedana. The kapha should be sliced and taken off.
Okay.
And utkleshana, it should be stimulated and taken out. Like that.
Okay.
So for that, this black pepper is very good. Black pepper.
Wow.
Black pepper,
I wouldn't
ginger,
have thought to do that. So,
Yeah.
Well, we always say
And
that
even-
Go ahead.
we always say that when we take turmeric, we must have black pepper as well for it to work
Yeah.
together. in combination.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. So, okay. This is a learning, but as I explained to you,
No, even if you're
right, I have this book, right? And this is something Ankit, so I'm glad you're here today. And this book is supposed to be all the herbs and how to use them, for medicinal purposes, how to grow them. But the only one missing is turmeric.
Yeah.
If they don't have turmeric. So I'm glad we're discussing. And Ankit goes, that's because that's our magic secret. So, you know, and I believe sometimes secrets are best kept in their cultures, but I want to learn more.
Turmeric.
Right.
Share the magic.
What I'm going to do is there's one blank page in here, right? And I'm going to add turmeric. I'm going to put the picture. I'm going to learn how to grow it. And I'm going to write all of these things that we talk about.
Good.
And then the last page, I'm going to write.
Get in touch with that. Yes, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to write the recipes that you share with me. I'm going to write these here so that I can use my book.
Good.
Because I think it's very important to talk about these things because, one, I no longer have a mother or a grandmother to share these things with me. And that's what I miss the most, right? And there's nothing wrong, not that I consider you a mother or anything like that, but to share this wisdom, right?
Yeah.
So let's talk about when we shred this stuff. And we steep it, right? We put it in water, right?
It should be put it in water. All suppose if you have made it 4-2-1 or equal parts, some combination you have made, and into 8 times of water should be put. It should be boiled in 8 times of water. Okay. And after boiling, that should be reduced to 1/6 of the quantity. Suppose you have taken say 50 grams, so 8 5s are 40, 400 ml water. That should be reduced to 1/6. It should be around 60 ml. That 60 ml should be broken in 2 doses and taken. That is good. So you can filter it and take it. You can even add a little jaggery or even put little slightly lemon in that for your taste to make it more palatable. Otherwise, it is generally bitter. Better is to put only jaggery. Jaggery is better.
So are we finding out that this is helping with the inflammation and preventative? Is this kind of being used for preventative, or is this being
preventive as well as the person who is suffering from bronchitis, bronchiectasis, asthma, or allergic bronchitis or sinusitis? In all those things, you see this tulsi, you just take the fresh leaves and crush it. They take the juice. You put it in your nostrils, like drops, few drops of the tulsi juice. You will feel that the phlegm is coming out. That is called nasya, a type of pratimarsha nasya. That can be done. Yeah.
And that's safe to put it in your nose. Wow.
And
I salt water, but this is interesting. I not thought about that. So, and that would be refreshing
burns,
too.
but you should take care that it burns. Burns your mucus slightly.
I know salt water burns too. And sometimes with COVID, when I come home from an event, I put, just because Dr. Yu had said it was safe, put a little bit of peroxide, and it does burn. It does burn really bad, but I feel like that it's cleansing. And when you burn real bad, people don't know this, but a lot of times it's the healing, right? You have an infection, but it also means you don't have enough hydration. And that burn is the dryness and moisturizer, help containing that. But it also can mean that you're infected, wounded in some way. But no, this is beautiful. So you can take this solution and put it in your nose. That is way cool.
But what is the leaf that you're talking about crumbling up?
Maybe Ankit can tell us, because I don't know this one. I got my book, Ankit.
Ankit, he's describing a leaf that you grind up and then you put in your nose.
Basil.
Basil.
The basil is good for everything.
I'll tell you a few more combinations. Sir, I'll tell you a few more combinations. The turmeric, ground turmeric, you just make a paste with little ghee. Mix ghee and make a paste. And that you can put it in a fine cloth, thin cloth, and roll it over as a cigarette like that. and just burn it, and that's smoke also you can take. That smoke, if you inhale, that will also relieve you. That is called
That's a
dhumapana.
lot
Dhumapan.
healthier than some of the things we
Yeah.
smoke in this country.
Yes.
And I was going to say, is it okay with my wife to smoke that? Have to smoke in the house?
Be careful. Or you do one thing. Better is put turmeric and this black pepper in the water and boil it, and just take the fumes.
Okay.
Inhale the fumes. That is safer. That is safer.
So here's I believe in humidifying and breathing into humidified, but wow, wouldn't that be a concept to make smoking cigarettes that have herbs in them that are healthy for
No.
you, right?
No, but,
I'm just
no,
joking.
but there
You
are
don't smoke it.
other ways.
You don't
That is
smoke it, you
an
inhale
excuse. I will not agree with that.
But inhaling it, I just think it'd be healthier, right? I just say what a
Because
concept would be.
the combination of and permutations of the drugs which we use, which are kaphahara, which reduces kapha and enhances your agni, plus keeps your digestion good.
Yes.
And it is anti-inflammatory, antipyretic, and also antioxidant also. Antioxidant also.
That's
along with
very
it.
important.
So that is more important.
What do you think of oregano?
Which one?
Or oregano? It's
Oregano. Oregano. So oregano is
Oregano.
yeah.
Oregano, ठीक है. Now it has come into market, so people are getting aware of it. But we have got already our natural sources, which are much better than any oregano. So I will
right.
not, being an Ayurvedic physician, I support our system only, our things.
And
Oregano
Dr. Pandey, I would like to
is
know
used
that
to counteract
because people in India, they're making a lot of kada right now at home. So what is the right quantity, and not in terms of water, but in terms of elements like pepper, ginger, and tulsi and all those things?
So here's
What
Some
is
people are putting a lot, and that creates a lot of
Wait.
heat and a lot of fire in your body as well. So what is the right quantity for all those elements?
yeah, maybe we can type up the elements, the measurements. Good
I'll
morning.
just follow you one combination, which on
Okay.
the guidelines of Ayush Ministry, we have, our Ayurveda Shala has made it. That is called Ayush Kwatha Churnam. I'll just send
Okay.
photo उसको forward कर देना. रोहित ने भेजा, उनके भेज देना. IBM वाले उनको. हाँ. Screen share.
Screen
नहीं
share.
ऐसे भेज दो. तो उसमें ना there are only 4 things. तुलसी,
Okay.
दालचीनी, जिंजर, सोंठ and काली मिर्च.
Okay.
4 चीजों को बताया था कॉम्बिनेशन के लिए करने के लिए, एंड उसका प्रोपोर्शन है कि 4 parts तुलसी, 2
Okay.
parts of ginger and 2 parts of dalchini and 1 part kali mirch, black pepper.
So, sir, do we have to use a fresh ginger or a ginger which is known as salt?
No.
Because that's
Dry
a dry
ginger,
one.
salt.
Dry one.
Salt. हाँ देखिए exactly
Salt
क्या
and ginger is a little different.
I can exactly tell you. Tulsi 1.33 grams, cinnamon 0.66, and dry ginger 0.66, and black pepper 0.33. This is the
Okay.
combination we have made exactly. And I'll send you the photograph. I'll forward you the photograph. I'll just
Sure.
a minute.
Sure. And sir, also, so a lot of people are using, they are using black pepper, they are using cardamom as well, they are doing different kinds of lemon teas, and they're also using cinnamon sticks as well.
भेजा ना आयुष का छुट्टा वो इसमें
I
IBM
love
वाले भेजा.
cinnamon sticks. I love just yeah.
It's almost
So
like
apart
candy
from,
for us,
apart from the recipe you have shared, what is the
Yeah.
importance of cinnamon sticks, pepper, ginger,
Yeah.
lemon, or maybe lemon tea, and also nutmeg? So there are a couple of more varieties of kada we have. So should we focus on this one which you have shared, or we can have multiple varieties of kada?
This is enough. This is
Okay,
basically
this is-
enough. Or you can have 2 more things in this. Is you can add giloy,
Okay.
and also you can add turmeric, curcumin.
Yeah.
Because the basic idea of this is, see, the any combination which you make, keep your mind it should be antibacterial, antiseptic, antipyretic, antioxidant, as well as anti-inflammatory.
Okay.
इतने combinations के उसमें तो इसमें we found these are more effective. Even curcumin, haldi is also good. But Ayush Ministry had a guidelines you should have only combination of 4 items, not more than that. So we made that.
Okay.
And it is very, every day I'm getting at least 30 calls. When
Okay.
when it is reaching to Delhi, maybe man, next week we'll get it. South में तो
Okay.
सबको मिल गया. They're enjoying it.
Acha, wonderful, wonderful.
But here,
So what
unluckily,
a
we couldn't get it.
So
combination.
maybe once you have, I'll get one sample and then maybe I can
Yeah,
forward to IBM as well.
I think I sent you. You see that?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
So what
we
a
can order.
what
We
a
can
great
order on. We can order on the website.
No, website में नहीं था. Karkaduma, yeah, Southex, these two places.
Okay. Okay.
आप
No
जब भी
problem.
बता देना, हम लेके रख देंगे. कभी भी आके ले लेंगे.
Now,
Wonderful.
does the combination do all of those things, or is one thing particularly antibacterial, one thing antiviral? It's the combination that does all of it.
Yeah. And
Yes.
when we talk in Ayurvedic terms, it should be kapha hara, which is reducing kapha. And agni manja, it should be subsiding agni manja, that the digestive fire which is subsided due to kapha should be elevated, so that it should be carminative and improves your digestion. Then only that combination will be good for you.
Do
Yes.
you want to send it to did you put it on private and I can pull it up?
No, it's not on private. It's on my WhatsApp basically, and it's a picture. So I'll share with that.
Okay. So I want
Yeah.
to I'm so excited. I found it in my book. But it's not called turmeric. Yeah, it's not called turmeric. It's called kukumalonga.
Ah,
Do you
Kukuma
have this
longa,
kind
that
of-
is turmeric.
Second, do you have a heart-leaved moon seed in US? Do you have this in US?
Yes, the moon seed. Yeah, send that to me. I want to share that.
No, this
Yeah,
is,
I was not familiar with that.
This is Sir Giloy. This is a Giloy
Yeah.
basically.
This is Giloy.
So this is Giloy.
Tinospora cordifolia.
What's
Yeah.
Tinospora cordifolia. Amrita.
if you could send it to me
See,
in Messenger. But I
Kukuma longa is healthy. Turmeric. Turmeric also very effective. It has got curcumin alkaloid in that. Curcumin
Okay.
is very good anti-cancerous,
yes.
anti-inflammatory.
Yeah, kukuman. And that's what we
Yeah.
call it in our country.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and back
Yeah.
then, now it's
Heal-
called
Very
turmeric.
good for healing. Any
Right.
inflammation and any sort of kapha congestion, it relieves that. So we say to put in steam also, or even internally also you can take. Just पुराने ज़माने में ना, in olden days when we felt चोट लगे, you get injured and all, immediately our grandmother used to say कि अरे बेटा दूध में हल्दी डाल के ले लेना.
So
So the idea of taking it is anti-inflammatory.
I know why it works.
It has
It's used for livers. It's used to heal the liver. So the liver is where we filter out everything.
Correct.
When our immunities get shot, our livers are dying, right?
Yeah.
We learned this from our doctors.
Yeah.
That come on and have been talking about the livers with us. So this is very exciting to me. Well, turmeric's been interesting to me anyway, but I've not. This is what I love about this book because it breaks it down physically. But it's a member of the ginger family. I didn't know that either. So it's like you
Ginger.
said.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah, so it's a
And
member
I'll
of
tell you one more.
the family.
I'll give you one more simple combination. Suppose if your appetite is very less, you feel drowsy or feverish like that, your appetite is low. You just do one thing. Take one teaspoon, a small teaspoon, 1 teaspoon of lemon juice, 1 teaspoon of ginger juice. Mix it together and add little sendha namak. That is that potassium chloride, white salt, rock salt.
Wow.
You add in that and just take it. Your appetite will improve. You will feel good. You'll
You
feel
know,
eating.
I'm going to learn how to grow turmeric. It's kukuma.
Don't believe him. I tell you
Kukuma
something
longa.
that we use dry turmeric in our religious, prayers as well. So we use
Well,
tulsi,
you know-
basil, and dry turmeric, and I think because of that, why we use it, because I think it's something which is antiseptic and antibacterial, and I think that, what do you think, Dr. Pandey? Why we use
Yes, sir.
turmeric, dry turmeric in our prayers in all our religious activities?
No, because when it is in raw form, the alkaloid is not that active.
Okay.
Whereas when it is more dry होने के बाद when you take it, it is more active. The alkaloid is bioactive, more bioactive in that stage. So it is in that form. Please go. There are many for every drugs there are a schedule. Mulani Shishire Grishme Patram Varsha Vasante. Mulani means roots should be collected in Shishira and Grishma in summers in roots, because at that time it will be very dry. And
Okay.
Patram Varsha Vasanteo, the leaves should be collected in Vasant Ritu or Varsha Ritu.
Okay.
Okay.
Mulani Patram Varsha Vasanteo.
Interesting you would mention the religious aspects of this, because in other religions they actually use it to dye the monks' robes.
And curcumin, first
they
choice is,
and they burn it in their religion as a so I think that's interesting that these things have crossed over in different cultures as religious purposes. No, this is fascinating. What's fascinating is how we're connecting it, right? And
curcumin is called Haridra in Ayurveda in Sanskrit. The first slogan we give is Haridra Prameha Haranam. It is good for diabetic people.
Yeah.
Haridra.
Very good for diabetic people.
It is two types. One is normal and one is wild. Nisha Dve. Nisha is synonym. Nisha means haldi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is interesting. I'm getting. Pulling all of this together and learning the recipe, so that we can try to make it at home. I'm going to try to make it at home as well, and but I'm also going to try to grow this. And I'm glad that I.
One more question from our viewers in India. How much? Or what quantity of kada we have to take in a day?
Twice a day. You can take 30 to 40 ml twice a day.
Okay.
But some people feel little warm, garmi, who feel more heat, they can take once, depending on their acceptance.
But would you suggest people to avoid kada for 4 times, because there are a lot of people I am talking to, they are taking kada.
It should be avoided. 4 times is too much. 4 times is too much, especially in this season. Not advisable. But rather you can do one thing. You can boil the water with ginger. You boil your water with ginger. That can be drunk.
Okay.
Ginger, dry ginger.
And also, sir, what is the importance of turmeric milk, or which we call in our modern days turmeric latte?
Yeah.
That's
what I take.
That's anti-inflammatory.
Okay.
Anti-inflammatory, first thing.
Anti-inflammatory. Okay. So
the milk that I drink every day is turmeric. It has black pepper, and it also has chia seeds.
Chia.
Oh, good. Chia seed. You can take.
What does chia do?
Chia helps.
That's my question.
As a supplement.
As a supplement, yes. It's added to it. Yeah.
But also, I think that Dr. Bhatta, chia helps in digestion as well.
And it is lighter.
Yeah, it's lighter. Actually.
So, in I call this my witch's book because I feel like witches used this a long time ago. And this was given to me by my mother many years ago. I learned, how we're always talking about diabetes and kidneys and kidney failures. And interestingly enough, one of my favorite plants and flowers, and the reason why I like it is because it can change colors based on the acid in the ground, is hydrangeas. And the root of hydrangea has been used for years to heal the kidneys.
I would like to share your book. So once I go through your book, I can understand what and all you are having in the book. then I can talk much better.
You'll have notes in your margins.
Yeah, I love having this talk with you because now I can go to my book and I can go, oh, okay. Because I don't use it. My mom used this a lot. She used the books and she followed the moon. Like tonight is the full moon, right?
And
what's crazy like 4th of July?
Who are acidic, people who are acidic or a lot of gastric problems and all, they should not take kada on an empty stomach. They should take something, thoda kuch light lene ke baad, then you should take. Because otherwise it will cause more acidic. It is hot in the temper.
Right.
These are the certain precautions. And water should be taken boiling. And you can do gargling with this thing, turmeric and sendha namak.
That's a good idea. Salt. That's a very gargling with
it. Very relaxed immediately.
Why can't we make it into like a spray, right? So for those of us who don't want, like maybe for COVID-19 preventive. And just
They won't.
spray it in your
It
nose.
should go in the mucus and it should be absorbed on
You
it.
have to really kill a neck basically, or maybe inside the system, and then it should come back.
It should
That's how
absorb. Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
And
Okay.
Kim, in one of the yoga asanas, I think Dr. Pandey knows, we inhale from one nostril and we release from the other.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
yeah, we do that too. We have a thing that goes in and out.
You start from left, then
Yeah.
So it's not about you have to use some instrument. It's a practice and it's a yoga. It's a natural. You
It's
have to
part
inhale
of
from one
yoga.
nostril.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it goes like this. Yeah, it's not that you have to put the tube and then you have to do like this.
I just do it
and
in
there
the
are many
shower.
other restrictions no, there are many other restrictions like this thing. Putting anything in nostrils, yeah, steaming and all should not be, as per our Shastra, it has been told that evenings you should not do.
Okay.
And Durdinam is cloudy days, you should not take steam like that. And if you are having this thing, more fever with congestion, then you should not put it. Like there are many other restrictions in that.
I see.
Otherwise,
And Kimberly, can you demonstrate how you do it with your nostrils?
What?
Kimberly, I'm just teasing you, but I was saying demonstrate to us how you do it with your nostrils.
I just in the morning, every morning. My doctor told me to do this, right, a long time ago. So I hold and breathe it in, and then if you're a swimmer, you know that if you bring in water, you can shoot it back out.
ENT,
right?
we call it as ENT. This portion we call it as Urdhva Jatur Vikaras. Ear, nose, throat, ear, this thing.
Yes.
You should not put any drops or any medicine after sunset.
Okay.
That is
Sunset. Wow. Okay.
I didn't know
evening.
that.
Till 4 to 6 also you can do out of that. Yeah.
So
Very
we just like we don't do it after sunset, or do we do it after?
No, you should not. Morning we can do, or in evening after
Only,
the 2 o'clock.
when you can see the sun, you have to take medicines before in your ENT basically. That is what the idea is, and that means whenever there is good light, then only you can take it. That is what the
ABA.
Interesting. So just like the eating for our liver, we don't do
Eat
after
after dark.
sunset.
Yeah.
I am learning so much value, and these are easy disciplines.
Yes.
These are easy things to do. These aren't things that are going to cost me money either. But it's about building the immunity. But these are things that don't hurt you. You can continue doing. They don't cost a lot.
Some of my patients were tested positive.
Yeah.
When they asked me, I said I have given the same kadha, but I told them 6 items in that, like tulsi, black pepper, ginger, turmeric, and dalchini, cinnamon, and giloy. This 6 all together, and add jaggery in that and take it. And those who could come here for taking some medicines, like we could give some medicines, that guruchi preparations and all, Indukantam, Nimbamrtadi, Panchadiktam tablet. We have got certain medicines, and Chavanprash, Ashwagandha Churnam, and this similar to Ayushpatha Churnam, we have got C Health, a powder, which for boosting immunity. We don't claim anything that we will cure, but to a certain extent, it boosts the immunity. That's all.
Well, I don't know if you're aware of this, but Dr. Markowitz tested positive for C19, and
Really?
yeah, and he's over it now. But he tested his own medicines on that he'd been trying out with his patients, and he has asthma and other health problems himself, and so it could be because he has a low immune system. So of course he realized that just basic asthma treatments were helping his patients. But this is what he did. He's been pushing quercetin, right, which is a supplement, just like what we talk about. And when he got the most sick because he could not breathe anymore, like he said, he literally could not breathe. He doubled the doses of quercetin, and the next day he could breathe again. And so his full treatment are supplements like what we're talking about with quercetin, because he truly believes quercetin as a supplement. He makes no money on this study. They don't. Quercetin is its own health supplement, but he truly believes in it. And but I think if maybe you guys could add that and see if it works for you as well. But he said all he did was double the dose when he couldn't breathe anymore. Like it was just. He said it felt like.
So we should thank Dr. Pandey to join us.
Doctor, yeah.
We would love to have
Come back
we would love to
again.
have your opinion and.
Okay.
So,
We're
thank you.
going to try your
Good,
cheese
good.
next week. I'm going to mix your cheese up for next week.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes,
Okay, fine.
absolutely.
Nice.
With
Bye.
cinnamon. Yeah.
Yes,
Made my day. Adding cinnamon to anything makes me
Yeah.
happy.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Well, it's me. Cinnamon sticks are like candy. You know,
I know, that's how I
people think I'm weird, but I don't like regular candies. I mean, I do, but they're bad for you. All that sugar. So like, when people always say add sugar to lemon or make lemonade. I like mine straight. I drink literally every day. You see me drinking. I drink my cup's filled with lemon to here and water and ice to here. Okay. And you would think it was real sour. And the first time I ever did something like that, it was like, but now it tastes naturally good to me. Like I don't like waking up without it. And
Good for
and
you.
and
You find out what works for you. You know, that's the main
Right.
thing.
and sometimes lemon isn't good for everyone, but I learned to drink it without sugar. Now when I get it with sugar, it's
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
But I enjoy my favorite pie is like lemon pie, right? Oh my gosh.
I think you won't believe that if you don't take sugar, there are a lot of supplements of sugar. One of them is maple syrup. Then you can have dates, and then you can use dates syrup as well. But in India, we have jaggery, which we get it from sugar cane, and that jaggery could be a natural, supplement or a natural way to use your or to fill your sugar buds basically, and that we use jaggery in India as well a lot.
We grow figs here, and people have no
Yeah,
idea how sweet dates are really sweet too. But
Dates
figs,
are great.
oh my gosh! And there's 3 different kinds in this area. They've got so much sugar in them. You don't need to add. It's like don't need to add sugar at all when you cook them. And what we'll do is we'll slice them and lightly it's not healthy, but lightly batter and fry them. No sugar added. A little cinnamon kind of gives it that pie taste.
That's cinnamon again.
But
I have a question about turmeric.
I'm not sure what Sasha is having, but it looks like a lemon tea to me. Sasha, what are you having right now?
No, I was listening to your program and I really got hungry. Oh my God, you know what I did? Okay, I got myself a coffee, but I have also one recipe that I would like to share with you. And it's really good to uplift your mood. And normally I do it, especially when I have, today is Saturday, there's stock market closed. So when I do trade, here is a food that I really love. I'll try to show you.
oh,
Okay, it's a rye bread, cream cheese, and Danish blue cheese.
ooh.
Ah,
It's
that'll clear out your nostrils.
it clears nostrils. It's I remember a day when Nava had a very long tournament in where was that in Malaysia. That's where it is.
Okay.
And we stayed there for 4 weeks. Jim, you remember interzonal tournaments? They were like all playing all, and they were like months long. So we stayed there, and finally we flew back to Amsterdam, which I somewhere described the trip through Kuwait. So first thing when we arrived in Amsterdam airport, what do you think I've ordered and ate?
Blue cheese.
Huge, yeah, a sandwich with the blue cheese. You know why? Because for a month there was no cheese. There was no cheese sandwich. Because in Malaysia they have basically Chinese influenced food, or actually I would call it Chinese food. It was straight Chinese food because we played in a place called Genting Highlands. Well, there are casinos and bus loads and plane loads of Chinese were coming there to play in a casino. And all food there was Chinese, mind you. Malaysian, yeah, there is Malaysian food. It's somewhat similar to all Asian foods, but Chinese domination was really there in the Genting Highlands. And of course, there is no cheese in their diet. You can eat almost anything, no cheese.
No.
So I was very, very. I suffered there for a month.
I would suffer without a little bit of cheese too. I can't imagine life without a little bit of cheese. I used to think the moon was made of cheese.
Yeah.
Actually, Is this Emmental cheese sandwich, which I already have done?
Have you ever watched the cartoon show Emmett and Wallace? Have you ever seen that?
I know of it. I
You
haven't.
know, and it's all about cheese, right? They got the little sheet that they herd all the time, but it's always about I got to get that cheese, and so they make the rocket to go to the moon to get some cheese.
All green cheese.
Because they can't, you know. But I'm a cheese. You know, I think cheese just adds to life. You know, it's such a good natural source of protein.
And it's good with wine.
Yeah. You know, you can't have wine without a good. In fact, wine, cheese, maybe a little bit of grapes, some fruits.
It's traditional, yeah.
It's
I cannot eat cow's cheese, but I can eat sheep cheese and goat cheese. So I always have sheep cheese in the refrigerator.
And you know, not many people know that sheep make really good cheese.
Yeah.
Like, you know, and goats, of course.
I don't feel deprived at all. I can't have a lot of cheeses I can't eat, but the sheep cheese, I'm fine. That's I'm happy. But Anke, I wanted to ask you a question about turmeric, because to get turmeric, I have to go to the store. But does turmeric grow wild in India, or do you cultivate it yourself, or how do it seems to be everywhere in India?
I'll show you turmeric right now. Just give me a moment. I'll just show you right away.
Okay. So that's what I'm going to start learning now that I know how to spell the real name.
Well, it was in your book. You just didn't know how to find it. Yeah.
Well, because it's called something else, and a lot of times, because this is an older book, right?
Yeah. Right.
Although it doesn't look old, but I've learned, you know, because what happened was I'm like, certainly it's got to be in here, and then I remembered that a lot of the things that we call items, it's not called that in here, and I go, I wonder if there's another name for it.
Right.
And so I that's what I started doing today, was looking for another name, and then I found it, and it's an interesting leaf. It's a very long, interesting leaf. My mom might have been growing it, and I just didn't know what it was, because it looks like something that she had in her like pots that she grew, but. The growing guidelines is you have to propagate the roots and divide them, but they also grow by seed and root. Flowering, I don't see flowers, but I would love to see what the flowers look like. But they say they're pale yellow and clustered into dense spikes. And
that's what I always associate with turmeric, is the yellow color.
Yeah.
You have Indian food, you have biryani or something like that, and it's always yellow.
Yeah, and usually it's free of pests, so it's one of those plants that you use to keep the bugs away. You know, marigolds are the same thing. So my garden is usually full of marigolds, so I don't have to. I've not used insecticides in probably 30 years. Yeah. When I learned that flowers can get rid of them, and sometimes
natural repellent.
Yeah, sometimes we lose the game, right? But fortunately, I don't survive off of our garden. I enjoy our garden. Is different. Sasha, you look stunning today in that blue. I've gotta say, you look absolutely.
Good colors for you, Sasha.
That shirt's your color.
I'm preparing to celebration of 48th birthday of Alexei Shirov, whom we're going to have at 3 o'clock. Jim, I'll send you a link to participate in it. Kim, as the senior producer, would you like to say happy birthday to Alexei Shirov?
I would be honored. So I would definitely be joining you.
Okay, I'll send you a link then too.
Thank you so much. I would be so
we'll have
honored.
a lot of fun. I promise you that.
Thank you. I will definitely do that. I know he's been on your show more than once, and he's definitely a dashing, smashing chess player. So, but I love that color on you. So definitely.
Me too.
So
summer. It's a summer and Independence Day. Yeah. Congratulations to you both.
Thank you. Independence Day. And people don't like my attitude about Independence Day, so I kind of turned it around to say, we're truly just celebrating a family gathering time. But this year, we're not with our family, so everyone's gone, and so it's kind of a different year. I think I'm going to try to Zoom everybody in tonight, and the people behind us have been shooting off fireworks the last few nights. I think they've been building up because each night it gets bigger and brighter.
It's true out here too. And in California, don't do fireworks, man. We get wildfires.
Yeah, no.
That's what turmeric looks like.
Oh, it looks like a
color
carrot.
that you see. Yes, in your food.
So this is like a ginger, basically. It's similar to ginger, but it's turmeric.
Yes.
But it looks like a carrot to me.
But where did you get that? Did you go to the store and buy that, or did you grow it, or how do you?
It's a vegetable. We get it from. So this is available on all our vegetable vendors.
Okay. So where did they
like a
get
vegetable?
it?
So we'll get it at a.
There are
They
turmeric
get it from
farms.
farms basically.
There are turmeric farms.
It's mostly it's across India.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is it a wild vegetable that grows wild, or do you cultivate it?
Wild. So maybe it's a wild as well, but people grow this thing to make use of it, and it's a living for a lot of people as well. And then a lot of people use turmeric to create a lot of medicines, a lot of antiseptics, and a lot of other things as well. So it's one of the important, vegetables you can say, or herb you can say, basically.
Yes, it's in my daily diet now because of IBM TV.
So that's very important. That's very important, and I'll tell you. A lot of people in our old days, whenever they got burned or they got hurt, they used to apply turmeric. Powder turmeric with something and then apply on your
skin. Yeah.
So something and I wanted to ask Dr. Jaden yesterday. I just learned that COVID can get into your cuts and open wounds, like if you have an open finger, like the hangnails. That COVID can get into these places, not just your ears, nose, and mouth. They don't know the outcome when they do that. That's why they want you to constantly be washing.
Yeah.
I want to add that if you do have any open wounds or any scratches anywhere, to make sure you cover them up before you go out in public.
If you have a cat,
because we don't know if it stops there, but it can enter there. I had brought this up the other day because I noticed that after I went somewhere, I had a little scratch. Normally my scratches don't get inflamed and craziness, but it was inflamed and crazy. I watched it real good when I got home. And so I contacted one of our panel doctors and said, hey, can COVID get in to your scratches? And he said, yes, it's an opening. So something to think about before we go out and about and do things is just make sure we're covered up really well. Ankit pointed out something yesterday that when we were showing pictures of people back in 1918, and somebody else had mentioned it too, of how well the people were covered up. They weren't just putting masks on, but they were covered in full and they wore gloves too. So, I think fashion trends in our history were about protecting people from diseases and preventing spreading of diseases. Because, the women had big hoop skirts, and I was told that it was to make us look tinier in the waist. But I also think it was to distance people. So I think these are things we need to look at. I'm still voting for a new fashion trend of something in the Darth Vader and Stormtrooper. And my doctor's starting to agree with me. I go, we could go around going, and they all start laughing. I told my dentist that, and I thought she was going to fall. She goes, Kim, that is perfect. Because when I walk in to see her now, she has the dome over her head. She has a mask. She has eye gear. And my dentist is way cool. And she they didn't make a certain light that she needs for dental work, and so she built her own on her lid and engine. And I'm like, we need to patent this and sell it.
Yeah.
Because she said that they didn't make it for the and they need it. And so, but you could tell, like, she's got paper clips and a little foamy thing that's holding on a light. And I go, that's got to be heavy. And she goes, well, that's the only way I could get it to work and stay on. So, I told her to take that idea down to North Carolina State University. They have 3D printers that have actually been 3D printing the masks, the hoods.
Yeah.
And I said, if you take that down there, they'll add the light to it. And
necessity is the mother of invention. So.
Yeah. But that's another place that you still utilizes. They don't realize it, but they still utilize herbs for a lot of their work. If you go in, you smell a very pungent smell usually, and it is clove. It's oil of clove. And oil of clove. Even back when I had to have surgery, back in the 80s, they still packed your mouth with clove. For anesthetic and for anti-inflammatory, but it was the way the dentist cleaned your mouth that they cleaned the area with clove. But clove was used for many years, probably since ancient Egyptian. I think ancient Egyptian days.
At very early times, that was famous clove.
Yeah, so but they still use it.
Set in our picture frame.
Hey, where did you get a piano and a chess set?
Yeah.
This is our daughter. She made paintings when she was 12 years old. And that was her present to our anniversary at the time. And I love this painting.
I love it. I would too. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
What an artist.
Yeah, well, she has imagination, that's for sure. But to combine the chessboard with the piano,
I think that's lovely. That means look how much you inspired her life.
Yeah,
music
and chess and nature. Yeah,
to be able to express.
I have a question for Sasha. Sasha, is there any museum, chess museum we have in the world?
Ooh.
Yes.
Chess museum, yeah, I was in Zurich. It's fantastic chess museum, and
St. Louis.
It's a nice also chess exhibition, a permanent exhibition in the Moscow Central Chess Club.
Okay.
But it's a part of a chess club, so you could sort of understand. But in Zurich, there is a just standalone, nothing but a chess museum. There's nothing but chess paintings, chess pieces, just all history of chess. It's really nice.
I got to give a shout out to St. Louis. They have the Hall of Fame, the World Hall of Fame, and the U.S. Hall of Fame is in St. Louis, and it's a wonderful building. It's a wonderful museum.
It's a different.
If I get a chance to meet with Sasha someday, I have to bring something related to chess to them. That should be a for Sasha. Something
or you won't get in the front door.
And he'll be happy to accept that gift, basically.
But concept in St. Louis is different. First of all, I was in Zurich first time in Chess Museum in 1982. Well before St. Louis, anybody even knew what is a St. Louis and what is that?
Yes.
Now, they have a different concept. Instead of just a chess museum, they have a Hall of Fame. There's a lot of chess memorabilia, and just across the street, a fabulous chess club, and a restaurant and facilities, all kinds. Yeah, it's a masterpiece of modern chess. Yeah, I agree. I love this place, and dreaming of going there anytime soon next.
I'm so happy. You just made my day.
Good evening. Yes, you've just made everyone's day. Look at you. How are you doing this morning?
I'm very well. Thank you. How are you all?
Fine.
What's
Look
going
how
on in your part of the
beautiful
world.
you're dressed so lovely today. I love the colors.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This is just a celebration of a good news which came yesterday. My mother's not keeping well, so doctor advised the COVID test, and it came negative. So just a celebration, a party of life.
You know, isn't that beautiful that when we can celebrate those, it seems small, but they're really big moments, right?
Oh,
That is
yeah.
awesome.
It was
That's
so lovely to see the excitement on her face. Initially, she was scared. I said, "Your results are out," and she was like, "What is it? What is it? Tell me." And I just enlarged the report and showed her in the mobile phone, and she's like, "I can't read it. I can't read it. You just tell me. Why are you scaring me?" I said, "Mom, it's negative." And she said, "Oh, thank God." And she prayed her devoted her gods and stuff. And she's like, "Thank God it's negative." I said, "We all knew it was negative, but just to rule it out because she's keeping unwell for quite some time now." And
oh
then she
wow.
said, "Oh, I'm relieved it's not COVID." I said, "You can't get COVID because you're not exposed at all."
So maybe she's just tired and got other things and just keep
Yeah.
building the immunity like we were talking today. We learned how to make a tea today that has ginger, turmeric, pepper, basil, and lemon.
Cinnamon.
Yeah, we call it kadha.
That's right, and you top it off with a cinnamon stick. And
So a quick question for Anandi. What we call kada in English?
Herbal tea.
Herbal tea. Huh? No.
We call it herbal tea.
But there is no tea in that. There is no tea in that.
But it's hot water. You know, actually, Ankit,
spice.
I
Hot
learned
tea
it
with
somewhere
spices?
that the traditional tea we drink with milk, it is not, that's not called tea. It's called actually kadha or kahwa.
Kava.
That's,
But kava
yeah.
is little different. Kava's recipe is different from kada.
Uh, that is because we boil it with tea leaves and milk. So traditionally, that should be called as kadha, and the herbal tea should be called as herbal tea or whatever we call it. But you know that once it starts, we call everything with the name whichever is easier to remember and adapt. So that's
Yeah.
how it goes. But in our workshops and wherever we go, we call that kadha the herbal tea. It's with lots of cardamom, clove, and cinnamons and all that.
Maybe a herbal water. Maybe a herbal boiling water.
Yeah.
Herbal water.
Yeah.
Tea's fine.
Tea's fine.
Tea's simple for me. So
Sometimes, we give things names because it reminds us of something and it's easy to remember. It's easy to remember spiced tea. I drink a spiced
Kimberly,
tea every day.
you will remember that everything in the South, when you ordered a Coke, they asked you what kind of Coke, because you could be like any kind of soda. It could
Cherry
be grape soda,
Coke. Cherry soda.
but you said
Coca-Cola.
Coke.
Yeah,
But that just meant soda of any kind.
soda.
So Nick wants to know: do we have a 4th of July in India? We have a 4th of July in India. It's Saturday, and we are enjoying American Independence Day. That is what we have in 4th of July. And maybe what Indians do is that they go to all those American websites to make sure that they'll get the right deal to shop, because there's a lot of savings while shopping online. That is 4th of July for us.
And we'll shop the dollar store, right?
Yeah.
One of the things that I want to tell people is that it's truly just about gathering and getting together as families, and I think that that's what's very, very important. These celebrations give us that reason, but there's no reason why we shouldn't just be doing this all the time, because it makes you happy. And celebrating birthdays, right? And things like that. It just gives you something to uplift you, and that's what we need. That. And but these celebrations, India, I'm sure you have an Independence Day of some kind that you celebrate, and
Canada does.
a lot of interesting. I was reading some interesting news about India this morning, about the borderline situation going on with China, and it sounds like your people are very proud of your prime minister for standing up. A very proud moment for you guys. It takes a true leader to me first off, somebody mentioned that he would always do his speeches behind a bulletproof wall. but today he stood beside his people.
Not today. So Kim, it's not today. I mean, at a lot of occasions, he never choose to have that bullet shield, and he used to make sure that he goes just out. And we have a tradition of Independence Day and Republic Day. Independence Day, the day we got independence, and Republic Day, the way we created our democracy and the we created a constitution. That's what Republic Day is all about. The day we create Republic of India, and on both the occasions, Prime Minister used to give address to the nation, and all the early Prime Minister they used to have the bullet shield because there were a lot of attacks and going around basically, and
Yeah.
We in fact lost one of our Prime Minister because of that. But since the time we have Mr. Modi, he used to choose it, opt it, and he doesn't want to take it because he makes sure that we are secure. If he's secure, then you are secure.
That's
That is
right.
the mindset. And he is going to places. I mean, in India where no one else or maybe none of the prime ministers have been visiting so far, and he just decided I have to go right, and then he just went about it, and he makes sure that he creates that good sentiments and that proud moments for Indians that we are also like anyone else and we can fight it out and we can make sure that we are strong and we are united. So these are small messages which makes our country get together no matter what's happening around. But that is the best part of India.
What a great leadership, because he is putting himself with you. And it's like you said, what a great message to inspire, to walk the talk, right? To say, I am side by side with you. We're going to stand together. And that is a real leader, not, someone, who separates themselves. But I asked somebody, can we borrow him here in the U.S.? But you know what? Sometimes you have to, my dad always said, when you're dealing with bullies, you sometimes have to stand up to them and stare them down. And he is so right. And I think he was teaching me that because I was so tiny. And I did that one time in school, and I got in trouble. But the bully of the class, right, was picking on everyone when the teacher left, and somehow or another he ended up on the floor, knocked out. And I guess I did it, but I did more than just stare him down. But I ended up, my dad took me out for ice cream that day. You wonder why I like ice cream so much.
Yeah.
But
Don't do this at home, kids. Don't
Right,
do this at home. She's a professional.
But the principal thought it was kind of funny because I was so small and this kid was way bigger than me, and she had me in the office and she goes, I'm going to have to send you home, but you're right, this guy was terrorizing the kids all the time. And she even told my dad that she was glad it happened, but she had to send me home. Yeah. But anyway, sometimes you have to stand up to these people. And when you do, you establish a different kind of relationship. You know what? That guy and I became good friends after that.
That always happens.
But what I feel is that the people who bully anyone else, they do it because they are not like them. And they think that they are a little different. And that's why they do all those stuff. Maybe that is their insecurity, to make sure that the other person gets insecure. That is what my belief. I'm not sure what other things do, but there are a lot of people who does like this. So you have to listen from it and just wipe it out to the other one and just enjoy your day. Because so it doesn't matter to me or to anyone else that if someone is talking about you, but if someone is talking about you, that means you are somewhere important in some sense, and you are in the head of that person, and that is good basically.
Well, and that's the thing is sometimes people put you down because you are doing things that they cannot do. So in order to build themselves up, they're putting you down. People use bully. Notice a lot of them, they usually have a group of people with them, and that's how they do. They take people by themselves and bully them. But you got to have the spirit inside you. And sometimes that spirit inside you gets you hurt too. So you have to be judgment wise. You have to pick and choose when you're going to fight that battle. And that was something that Taekwondo taught me later in life, is sometimes it's better to talk your way out of a situation because you might not win that fight. And it's not about fighting. It's about learning how to bridge that gap. And that was something else I learned from my father, was sometimes talking the situation out is better, because I watched him talk an armed robber out of robbing a place and putting his gun down and leaving. So, and then the police didn't really have to get involved. But sometimes, just knowing how to talk to people, not engaging in a fight with them, but finding that ground of what really is the problem. So there, there's so many spiritual things that we need to find. And that's why I like this day and our visits, is that we get to talk about these things. I notice that I do this a lot now through the week. It's not even during my discipline time, that if I'm just working on something and I get nervous or upset or wanting to concentrate, I use this as a means to refocus. And I haven't really paid attention to where my heartbeat is in this, but I still find this as a good practice for diversion of pain, for focus, breathing. So I appreciate learning this. So
Me too. I've even taught it to others, because I feel I run into someone who's anxious or something like that, and I've been teaching them to do that. So it's really been a very good gift that you've shared with us.
Thank you.
And a young woman asked, what would be the best advice that you give someone heading out into life? She just graduated from high school. And what I've taken from our visits is to just remember to love yourself. Always remember to love and respect yourself, because we forget to do that. Men do too, but women in particular, we tend to worry more about everyone else. And I think she took that to heart, because that's just something we forget. And I just told her not to forget that. And so these have been good visits, and definitely inspiring for a healthier way of life, but maybe for how to get out of these crises that we're in, right? How to deal with trauma, and how to overcome those feelings when we're just down and in the dark and can't get back up, because we've got that problem right now. We've got a chess player. What?
That's really important what you just said, because I tell people that I'm in contact with, how do you love someone else if you can't love yourself first?
Exactly.
And I think that we are sometimes so self-critical that we get down on ourselves. And then I think when I'm like that, I'm of no use to anyone else or myself. So I have to start. Go ahead.
So, Jim, I have a question. Self-love and self-obsession, what is the difference?
Oh, there's an enormous difference. And there's an enormous difference between self-confidence and arrogance as well.
Yeah.
Because you can be arrogant.
Why I ask this question? Because people are not sure what is self-love and self-obsession, because they think that that is self-love. But a lot of people have a self-obsession. And that is also why we have those selfish photographs. Selfie. Not selfish.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Selfie.
You definitely hit on something very important too, Jim, because something I used to teach my children was, how can you expect other people to love you if you don't love yourself? So you've got to learn to forgive yourself and love yourself before others could probably see that. And it's reflective. All of these things are reflective like a mirror, and people sense it. Just like animals sense it. Animals sense your fear. They sense your calmness. Like the other day, I was sitting outside, and we got an abundance of rabbits right now because we don't have any foxes. So, but rabbits have a tendency of just bolting. But the minute I calmed down and just kind of just sat calmly, they came around, right? They weren't afraid anymore. So, and the same thing with the deer. Not that I want to make good friends with deers, because they can really hurt you if you're not careful. But if you're just calm, and horses are especially this way, boy, can they sense you. You could start a stampede by just the fact your heart's racing like crazy. People don't know this, but the horses can sense this. And if your heart's going like crazy, you could literally angst them into all kinds of things. So the best thing to do is learn how to calm yourself down. And I think humans are the same way.
Yes. Yes.
What do you think,
We don't
Amanda?
talk about it. We don't have vocabulary to talk about it very well, but dogs are the same way. You know, if you're anxious and scared of a dog, they'll pick up on that. But if you're loving and kind, the dog picks up on that too. So it's and this is true of human beings as well. I don't know how to, the vocabulary that I use is our vibrations. You know, they pick up on our vibrations. Vibrations are negative. That's how they'll react to you. If your vibrations are good and well-intentioned, then they pick up on that. So I don't know how the physics works, but they do. People pick up on
it. Go ahead, Amanda.
Talking about animals and humans. So when we are in stress or anxiety, there's a different type of smell which we can't smell, but the animals do. So when you are very scared of them or afraid of them or in a stress or anything which is on the low vibration, your sweat will smell in a different way, and they smell it because their senses are very much
attuned.
Attuned and better than ours. That like we can't smell ourselves, but they can. And the same happens with humans. When we are in a low vibration, we radiate a different type of energy, and someone who is very sensitive, energy sensitive person, they will catch your energy and then they will react in the same way because the energy. There's a very beautiful video. I forgot the name. It says it's something about the quantum physics, and it shows how the atom reacts when somebody is looking at it and when somebody is not looking at it. So they behave and they react in a very different way. When the atoms know that there are some cameras placed or a human being placed with them, it's a very beautiful experiment. I'll try to find out the link next time and share it with you guys.
Well,
So,
Coach Kumar, what you're talking about is quantum mechanics, and that what you can't know is the principle of uncertainty. You can't know what a particle is unless you observe it. But then you don't know what direction it's going in. You don't know the momentum. And if you can tell the momentum, you don't know exactly where it is. So we do by actually observing change what we're observing.
Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, that's what something which I was trying to say. So in that video, what they shared was that they were firing some particles and atoms through a pipe, and it was going in a very straight line. And when people moved out of that room and then they captured it, it was going randomly wherever it wanted to go. Yeah. So it made a very huge difference just by the energy. Nobody was guiding it. Nobody was playing it with any remote or something. But just because of the energy in the room, it changed.
Yes.
And the same happens with, there's a research done by Institute of Neotic Sciences, wherein there was a very ill lady and her vitals were going down. And then what was asked, and it's giving me goosebumps right now, her husband was asked to sit in a different room and just look at her a couple of pictures which were before her illness, and just to send her his love energy. Wow. And he was also being monitored with all those machineries like his BP and pulse and everything. In the session, about 40 to 45 minutes, her vitals were identical to her husband's. And these things were happening in two complete different rooms.
Yes. I believe this very strongly. I don't know exactly how it works, but I do believe that happens.
When we transmit the energy, it's same as our Reiki, Jim, that we sit here in our rooms and I can send the Reiki to you, and you are on the other side of the world. The same with you. You can send it to Kim or maybe to Ankit. So it's our intention and energy which travels, and it travels really fast, and it can go to any corner of the universe.
That's why we're connected. We're always connected.
Yes. All the human being and everything which is living or not living are connected energetically. It's just that how you tune yourself with it. So now I talk to my water, I talk to the spoon. Even if it falls down by mistake, I say, I'm so sorry.
Me too.
And then I pick it and put it on the table. So when you start speaking, and then on times it happens that even before the spoon is about to fall, you will get that hint in your body somewhere that it's going to fall, and you will just catch it before it falls.
Yeah, that is so powerful. And in my life, I have observed this. So I know it to be true. I lack the vocabulary to express it as beautifully as you did.
I understand, and I completely get
She's
it.
trained. Yeah, that's it. But Jim, you're training too, or you have trained in this area of spiritual healing and effort. So
Yes, but I'm not on the Coach Kumar's level, but I have. I found this to be very important in my life.
Kumar. I like that, Coach Kumar. We lost Sasha. I hope he comes back.
Well, he's got his own show he's got to prepare for, I think.
Yeah, well, and it's a big show today.
That's
so,
right. It's a birthday show.
It's a birthday, yeah, and and as you know, Jim, there's a lot of work that goes into preparing a show. So and making sure it launches right. And I don't, there's a lot going on, but let's get back to the subject of spiritual healing and some of the things that we can be doing. I've always found it interesting how candles are such a big emphasis of spiritual healing, and how we use them in religions, how we use them in in any of the spiritual practices and disciplines. My
grandmother taught me to light candles and say a prayer, and yeah.
Maybe it's a symbolism of light. I don't know. Some candles smell good. I actually have a weirdness that goes on. Whenever I'm celebrating someone who's passed away's birthday, I light a candle, and or if we're having a funeral, I'll light a candle, and Christmas. And oddly, on those special days, tea light candles shouldn't burn more than an hour or two, right? But my tea light candles will burn like 12 hours.
Really?
Yeah, and my nieces, they get all excited about it, like they think there's something super spiritual going on, because we don't relight it, just stays lit for 12 hours, and on any other given day those candles will not burn that long. It's the same candles. They keep asking me, are you burning a different? And so I did this the other day with my mom's birthday, and it's really weird because like I would light it in the morning, and you would think, an hour or two, and it was still burning at midnight. So
it's burning something besides the wick.
So Kim, I'll tell you one of our rituals in India. So we pray on Diwali day. It's a Diwali puja for everyone, and then we light a diya. The diya which is on the background right now. I'll just show you the diya. I have a picture of diya as well. It's running in the background.
It's very beautiful.
So we light that diya, and then we put some kind of metal on that whole night, and to make sure that the diya will light till in the morning, and then it creates a lot of. So Anandi, what do you say that it looks for some kind of a kajal or something which happens
Herbal
with the diya?
kajal. Yeah. True. So when we were kids, we did not have these fancy kajals, and in India there's a ritual that every newborn they have to put the black kajal and a black tika on their forehead somewhere here to protect them from evil.
What do you call kajal in English? So kajal is what I mean because Kim, I'm not sure whether Kim knows about kajal.
Okay.
That's right. I'm listening.
It's called eyeliners. Maybe I'm not very sure. We put it in the eyes, the black this thing.
The black marking. Yeah.
Yeah. So we put it to the child, and especially when the baby is newborn, we make it at home. We do not use the market ones or the chemical ones. So we light these type of diyas with mustard oil, and then we'll burn that metal thing. And mostly it's of silver. So the metal, we call it, I don't exactly remember the name in Hindi of that, but it's sort of a eye shaped, but with a stick behind it to hold it, and it's made of silver. So to give the benefits of silver, because silver is a cold metal, like the nature of it's cold in temperature. So to give soothing effect to the eyes and to protect the kid from the evil as well.
Wow. And this is done. I always found this is interesting. This is twice we've talked about this recently about the mustard. So there's, we have a religious belief about the mustard seed. So there's got to be something magnificent in mustard because we talk about this quite often now. But you burn the mustard with this silver and oil, and then you make the black that's used.
Yeah.
Probably where that we get our black for our makeup anyway. So we just make it at home. I need to get that recipe, then I don't have to buy it. So,
it's very easy. You can make it on a steel spoon as well.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So let me ask you: is it the mustard? Is it just like any kind of mustard?
Mustard oil, any type of mustard oil.
Okay. Wow. I don't.
Did you know there's a museum of mustard? There's a museum of mustard, a mustard museum in Madison, Wisconsin.
Well, of course, Madison.
So do they have any mustard, or is just the name of a museum?
It's the museum is all sorts of things, mustard seeds.
So the baby looks like this.
Oh, I see.
Oh, okay.
Can you see the black spot on the forehead?
Yeah, the black
No,
spot.
on the forehead as well.
And
On the forehead as well.
the black
Yeah,
spot
yeah,
and the dark eyes.
Oh my
Wow.
goodness, that is so cute. I shouldn't say cute, but it's true. I mean, the eyes are just magnificent, and also the dot on the forehead.
Right.
Is that for something else or the same thing?
It's for the same thing, to protect from the evil and black magic and stuff.
Right.
That's
You won't
interesting.
believe, Jim. You won't believe. So whenever we go out, maybe for some examination or something, or maybe to conquer something, we used to have a yogurt with sugar.
Uh-huh.
With sugar?
And maybe one basil leaf as well.
Yeah. Basil
Wow.
for everything.
And
Yeah.
sugar.
That's awesome.
I broke down and ate a little bit of candy the other day. It was my niece's birthday,
Oh.
and but what I found interesting was that they have a birthday cake for her that's made from this lady who makes homemade cakes, and it doesn't have that nasty sweet icing on it. The icing is like whipping cream. It is so fabulous and tasty, but it's not like really sweet. And I ate it. And it has, but her cakes have fresh mangoes and pineapples in them too. She's from Puerto Rico, and so they make their things a little different than we do. A lot of fruit stuff goes into their food, but I thought that was fabulous. But all the sweet things and get sugar, huh? This holiday.
Bad.
You're gonna have to share a little bit more. What is this holiday all about?
The processed sugars that we consume are different than the sugars that are in dates and mangoes. Yeah.
So maybe natural sugar is good enough. We can have a natural sugar in absence of, or maybe we can avoid processed sugar basically.
You know what?
And then we.
Go ahead.
Yes,
So
I think there is
I
some.
got disconnected.
That's okay. It happens to me in Silicon Valley.
It happens to me. So, Ankit, you were sharing?
So what I was saying is that I mean, we should avoid processed sugar, but some food or something, if we cook that requires sugar, if you don't put sugar, it's not possible.
Right.
I mean, you can't have it basically. So it all depends how much quantity and what kind of recipe you have, or maybe how much you can avoid basically. That could be something, because you can have a can of Coke that have more sugar, and whatever you cook for maybe a week or maybe a month.
Yes.
So it all depends. I mean, how you balance your sugar diet. But deficiency of sugar is always harmful as well. So maybe balance is something which is good. But on the other hand, I'll tell you one more interesting thing. We have in India called kheer, which is a boiled milk, and then we put a boiled rice as well,
pudding.
and we
Rice pudding,
yeah.
Ankit. I know the English of this one.
Yeah.
We make
I've
it
had
like
that.
a pudding. Do you
But
make it
Anandmai,
like a pudding?
our rice pudding is less rice and more milk, and they have a different risotto kind
Yeah,
of a rice.
yeah, that I understand. But yeah, we overall it's called the rice pudding, but there are variations of it. In
Sure.
fact, in
Yeah.
India also we have different varieties of kheer.
So maybe so Anandimai. Quick question: would you like rice pudding or would you like kheer?
Both. I have a sweet tooth.
Good answer.
And
Good.
why I mentioned this because whenever we cook rice pudding or maybe a kheer, so there are a couple of rituals with that. In one of them, we make that kheer and then we put it outside the home so that there is moonlight, and then that moonlight will give some blessings, and then we'll have it.
Oh.
And then on the other hand, and on the other hand, on those kheer or rice pudding, we put a lot of saffron.
Saffron. You were talking
Saffron
about saffron yesterday.
Yeah. Yesterday, yeah. So that is also part of our ritual. Basically, whenever we are doing some kind of festival of prayer, we make sure that we have kheer available, and that covers the sweet part. And then we have to create a lot of spicy dishes as well and all those things to make a balance out of it.
Right.
Great.
Yeah, I think
Ankit, you know the spiritual reason behind why we put the kheer outside in the moonlight on a full moon day, because the moon controls the sun is for the body and the moon is for our mood. And when
Okay.
you consume that, which is kept in the light, like the moonlight, like for a period of 7 to 8 hours, the food is blessed with all the qualities which will keep your mood calm. That's why every month when there is a full moon, people have ritual to put all these food outside in the moonlight and then have it. Especially we do it in the Sharat Purnima, which is the winter. Yeah, we do it in the Sharat Purnima, which is the winter full moon. We usually do not do it on Guru Purnima, which is tomorrow. We make kheer, we offer it to our mentor, our gurus, and our teachers, and then we have it. Sharat Purnima, we have to put it because the temperature is okay. There will be no chemical reaction in the food, and it will absorb all the goodness of moon and the benefits of it. And then when you consume it, it's gonna get into your body. So before 5 days and after 5 days of a full moon or of an eclipse, there are various type of like disbalances which we figure out, and either you will be on the spectrum, either you will be on the lowest vibration or you will be on the highest vibration. But people
Yeah.
like us who are always into meditation and spiritual practice, they are more balanced. Otherwise, generally, I was watching this series from US only. It's 911, and they have entire episode on full moon day, and they said that
oh,
on full moon people get crazy, and they showed a lot of things that crazy people were doing crazy things and stuff, because actually the moon affects your mood very very badly.
We
Like
even
And
even
now, and,
yeah.
and now, Anandimai, we have a question from our viewers, especially one of my friends from Jaipur, Abhishek Agarwal. He's watching us right now, and the question is: tomorrow is Guru Purnima, so all our viewers would like to create kheer for you because you are a mentor.
Yes, and
okay.
we've many, many
Thank
things
you
here.
so much.
I do want to elaborate on the full moon effect because Zach and I were talking about this yesterday because he's been going out and about, and we've still got the protests going on. I go, Zach, you know my tensions are very high right now. Please be very careful. I'm sensing something very dangerous. And he goes, and I forgot that the full moon was here, right? And here's Kim. No wonder your senses are high. The full moon's tomorrow. And I'm like, oh God, Zach, really be careful. Because, yeah, so we have a rule in our country that they have to staff up on the eve, in the ER room, on the eve of the full moon. We have more shootings, more stabbings, more fights on the nights of full moons than any other nights of the world. But do you know what else happens on the night of the full moon? Births. for whatever reasons, women who are near term always deliver on full moon.
It's a
So
tidal thing.
it is something strange about the moon. My mom had a full relationship with the moon. We have a little thing that we have always said between each other. She told me no matter where she was, because she's right. No matter where you are in the world, the moon always looks the same that day, right? And she would always tell me to get my kisses from the moon. That she'd been sending kisses up there. And that when she died, it was one of our few last conversations, was to don't forget to get my kisses from the moon. She also had a ritual every full moon. And so every full moon, we would have to go out on midnight, at midnight in the full moon, dressed a certain way. We're not witches, but that we would get together with our bags. We have bags, and she had a chant, and we would have to do a chant together in the full moon, and good things would come when we did this. It was amazing, and it's really weird because if you forget to do it and nothing good happened that month, you go, I forgot to do my full moon chant, So no matter where I was in the world, even if it was dangerous, I would always grab my bag at midnight, run down to the lobby, outside the lobby. I would grab a security guard to go with me.
Good for you.
I've been known to do this. I need you to come outside with me, and I would go find the moon, and I would do my chant because I wanted something good, and I still do it. I'll be there tonight.
And if you were a witch, I would not think less of you, because this goes back centuries and cross cultures. This is something. For example, the full moon, we have this mythology around the werewolf, because the werewolf comes out only at the full moon. And it's talking about, and these are cross cultures, cross country, cross boundaries, all sorts of borders, and they still fear. There's a fear associated with the full moon because people's blood rises, or they turn into monsters.
Animals. So if you think about the story, sometimes we overemphasize in our tales to get the message out, right? To make the story a little more effective. But the full moon brings out the animal in some people that might be infected with a mental disease. But the full moon does activate, like Anandmai was saying, that it can affect this. And I think that's where some of those stories came from. Do I believe in the werewolf? I actually do. Have I seen one? There's a wolf that lives out here somewhere, but does he come out at the full moon? I hear him howling at the full moon. So I'm going to try to catch him tonight. Not catch, but I'm going to see if I can capture him howling. And he might not be around tonight because the fireworks will be going off, and they have a tendency of not. Animals don't like the fireworks. They actually burrow themselves deeper.
Yeah.
We have a thunder vest that we put on our
For this full moon tomorrow, I will invite all our viewers to put their intentions, that what exactly they want in their lives, because the full moon multiplies and it magnifies your intention, good or bad. So that's why we hear, Ankit, in India as well, that a lot of black magic people also pray either on full moon or no moon day, like the Amavasya day.
Yep.
Because it is this is a time when even if you think a tiniest thought in your head, it's gonna be magnified and multiplied because the energy is so high. Like 5 days, it starts 5 days prior to the full moon and it ends after 5 days of the full moon. So to all our viewers, make your hand like this if you can see it.
Yes.
Like this, a pyramid thing. And if you can sit in Padmasana, like with your legs folded, in India, people will understand that how to sit in Padmasana.
Yes.
Keep your hand like this and just think for like 5-10 minutes about what exactly do you want to manifest in your life. And then you will see how the resources are falling into the places. Like you have to do the work. It's not that you just have to write your intentions and then forget about it. You have to work towards it, but it will, yeah, that's the way. Yeah, the palm should be like this, fingers on yeah.
There you go.
I think what we need to do
Have
is we
you ever done this before?
no, we should keep it straight so that people can watch you from that hole in between.
Have you ever done this before, Ankit? Do you do
I
this?
have done Padmasana, but this thing I have never done, but I have done Padmasana.
Okay.
Yeah. So have I. Yeah.
So you
And
just
I've
for
challenged,
people who needs to understand it, one hand, put the other hand beneath it, and just join your thumb, so it becomes like a pyramid, like a triangle.
Got it.
Got it.
All
And
right,
also,
sit this for a
wait,
few minutes and just put your intentions, and you will see how the resources starts falling into the place. Um, because the energy, and this is one of the posture I'm forgetting the name, or either it's from Egypt, or this posture is from it is in our Indian yoga form as well, and this is a mudra which is called as the power mudra or the healing mudra. It magnifies anything, whatever you think,
Right.
it magnifies it. So the
when you
power
think
of
of the pyramid,
this mudra,
this is
uh,
the shape of a pyramid as well.
yes. So
Yeah.
that's the beauty, and good that you brought this, Jim. Any of the religious structure you see across the globe, if it's a temple, a mosque, a church, or anything, any spiritual building or any religious building, it will always form a triangle, always, no matter it's a dome or it's just a building. But when you see the structure, it will always become a triangle when you draw the lines.
Yes.
Well, look at the pyramids. I mean,
Yes.
the pyramids were very spiritual because they were the tombs, right? And they're definitely a triangle, right? So there's definitely something behind the pyramid and
And
triangle
yeah, when we sit
spirit.
in the Padmasana, our body is also in a triangle shape, which we
That's
call the
correct.
lotus shape.
That's
Yeah,
correct.
that's awesome. I think that this is very, very important to understand why we are doing this. And these are, again, are good disciplines to help calm and focus and bring some spiritual understanding into our hearts because we need that today. And as we learned from someone we met this week who has been trapped on the Ivory Coast for 4 months, far away from his family and not able to get home, he was there with weekend provisions for a competition. And so, weekend provisions he's had to live off of for 4 months. I hope that he is joining us and watching us today and will join us with the chess
Just ours.
program this afternoon to help bring some spiritual understanding. Right, we're going to try to get him home as well as he's going to be starting his own show. But I can't imagine being because he even shared with us how depressed he's been when you lose that flicker of light and hope. And bringing, hopefully we can bring him some disciplines and practices to help pull himself out of that darkness.
But
Because
Coach
it's very
Kumar, I was
challenging.
going to just go back for a moment to what we were talking about with the full moon and how it can bring out the beast in people. But what I was hearing you say earlier was they're out of balance. Because if you're balanced and calm during the full moon, you don't have that. Does not affect you that way. It does not bring out
Yeah.
the beast. So
Yeah. So as I was saying, sorry, I
stay
can't hear you.
balanced is what I was hearing from you.
Yes, so if we keep ourselves balanced, because what we do, as Kim was also saying, we forget to love ourselves, so we do not give much of head that what our body is needing, should have I drank the water, have I taken the correct food, or all that sort of things, and then we believe a lot on the internet. If I sneeze, I just go on the internet and check, and the tenth answer on the internet is that you're having cancers, any sort of cancer, even if you're sneezing like that. So and all these things. So when you think all these type of things throughout the month, during this month, this that magnifies. But when you keep yourself balanced and you practice spirituality, meditation, or these acupressure points which we learned in previous weeks, how to hold our fingers and be in the balance, eat the right food and stuff. So our vibration doesn't get affected. I would not say that we go negative or positive in terms of emotion. It's just that our energy vibration is not affected that much. So
Right.
earlier, when I was I was dealing with my father's demise earlier. So during the full moon, I was in too much of depression, and I was crying for no reason. Even if someone was asking me, "How are you feeling?" and I was just crying and saying, "Why are you asking me this?" Because I was not in the sync with my body, my mind, and my spirit was completely shattered. But when I collected myself and focused on what I'm intaking, and by the intake I mean all sort of intake, thoughts, energy, food, water, everything, screen time, what type of light I'm sitting in, everything. And then that changed. And tomorrow is full moon, and I'm celebrating right now. So that's how the shift happens.
Yes. And you can do it yourself.
Yeah.
Because you can take yourself out of that depression, and you don't necessarily need it
Of
to ingest
course.
something to make you feel better or feel different. You can do it yourself by getting in touch with your spiritual nature and remain balanced. But I did have another question, because I really believe in the vibrations are low. I think of fear and shame as low vibrations, and we want to be vibrating at a higher level, a higher frequency, higher intensity. Is there such a thing as vibrating too high, at too high a level?
Yeah, and that is why we have the mind, body, and spirit, or the soul balance gym in place. Because if our body is not capable of handling that, the higher vibration, then it's going to affect us physically. Maybe we can have dehydration, or maybe headaches, or maybe a disturbed gut. So that's why we call it a mind, body, and spirit, or a soul balance. That's why that thing is in the place. So we have to take care of everything, like as I said, the intake, thought for the mind, beliefs and environment, and other things for your spirit, and the food for your body.
So that actually mind, spirit, and body kind of forms a
Oh
triangle.
yeah, you got it. You got it correctly. Yeah, very true. And I would love to share this. I just recalled it, and it's related to what Kim said earlier. When I joined my college, and we had our introduction session with our principal, I studied in a convent college. So there were sisters, nuns, who were our principals and teachers. So she came to the stage and said, "Welcome," and everything. And apart from that, she said, "I only have one message for you all. Don't let the child inside you die."
Wow, powerful message. Welcome, Mark.
How's it going, folks?
We're doing well. How are you?
I'm doing all right. It's the 4th of July. I did a virtual event yesterday, the virtual One celebration. So it's actually re-airing tonight. Friends of mine, usually on the 4th of July, I'd be at the enjoying the combination patriotic environmental event, because it's actually some environmentalists from here that created that celebration of one of our state parks and the environmental movement and stuff of that nature, but definitely has that 4th of July feel to it. But like everything else around the world, COVID has put a hold on things. A friend of mine just called me up earlier and was like, "Where are the fireworks?" And I think I've like 100-mile radius, I think I found like maybe one set. Then they wanted folks to stay in their cars, so definitely wasn't a lot of the traditional fireworks. I did have some folks shooting fireworks out in my parking lot though, so that was interesting. They had gone and bought the store-bought variety, and we're doing fireworks outside last night, and I imagine they'll be doing them again tonight. So you probably had the same thing in your neck of the woods.
California, please don't shoot off any fireworks. Wildfires are terrible for us, so please don't shoot off fireworks. But Mark, I've been celebrating today because of your birthday.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. I'm celebrating all week long, and 1st of July is my birthday, so I do appreciate you celebrating that way. Jim, and I also want to hear from Ankit and others, and I know we're getting ready to get to Zack's funk show. I was actually just on the phone with him as well earlier. But my question for y'all is, what did you think of that craziness that went on in the Mount Rushmore area and things of that nature. So you need the headaches thing. I agree with you, because over there, what many
You know what
people
I
in
think?
the native culture consider sacred grounds of the Black Hills, the foolish person decided to do some crazy celebration that I still don't understand. How's it going, Kim?
I'm struggling with internet problems, but I've rigged up something to keep my computer from overheating. You'll laugh at this, guys who understand what this is. I took a baker's rack that has grids on it, and I've lifted my computer up so that air flows. I got a fan in here so that hopefully you can hear it.
Necessity is the mother of invention.
Well,
so
they didn't really. They designed these things with little bitty foots on them, right? But they're too small that anything you set them on, there's no airflow.
Yep.
And so I lifted everything up on a gridded rack, and hopefully, because the rack is getting cold with the fan, so hopefully it will keep. But my computer was getting so hot that it was burning my hands to touch it.
Wow.
Yeah, Anchor doesn't know
it's only a year old. It's an Apple, and it's only a year old. I shut down all the apps so that it's not working.
Yeah, it happened to my iPhone too.
Anchor doesn't know anything about this or the other young lady, because they're probably all in the under 50 club. But me and Jim remember when we had to put plastic wrap and other things on our TVs in order to keep the TV running. Those whole antenna things, the old-fashioned.
I got one on you. Do you remember getting aluminum and having to twist
that's what I'm talking about, the aluminum.
And angle it out?
All the rabbit ears, yes.
Oh my gosh. It was a piece of art on the TV set, right? My dad was world's greatest, right? Sometimes it looked like rabbits, sometimes it looked like a deer. I had more fun with the aluminum foil on the antenna than I did with the TV itself. So anyway, Saturday morning for a fun
time. A better solution that I thought you were just too close to the computer and it was overheating because you were too close to it.
I don't know.
But I think you found the real solution. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I hope so. It's now I can touch it.
Yeah.
But it's been doing this off and on since COVID. And I never really used it much. We had purchased it for working with one of the directors that was coming on board to the TV show a year ago, and he ended up being a bad situation. But he was giving us a list of all the equipment that he had to have in order to make everything produce right and that we needed. And everyone kept telling me for 2 years I needed to get an Apple, and I despise working with Apples. But I broke down and invested in one. They're $2,700, and it literally sat after he left and did some bad things. But we took him to court and we won. But it sat for a year not being used. And then COVID hit and my other computer wasn't behaving. And Ankit said, try the Apple, let's set it up. And so I have been, but it overheats like really bad. And it's past the warranty date. So we lost Ankit and on a Monday, May. I hope she comes back because we need to get our homework assignment. We have to have our homework assignment. But today, Mark, are you celebrating 4th?
That's what we were just talking about. I was just saying that some friends of mine called and they were not able to find any real 4th celebrations. I think they found something in the Roxborough area, which is an area here that was doing it, and it was going to be people driving and having to stay in their cars. But I actually did a Eno celebration, because usually I'd be doing the Eno festival on the 4th of July weekend, but they did the combination of live and tape recording yesterday, and they will do a replay today for the 4th of July. So that's what's going on. So that was kind of my 4th celebration. But usually, as I've told and Jim knows, the 4th of July and my birthday come close together. So I usually have that as my big birthday celebration. All those thousands of people, but I couldn't have my thousands of people to celebrate my birthday this year because of all of the COVID things that are going on. Yeah, and I don't have the kind of pull that I can get a whole mount like Mount Rushmore to still have a celebration like some silly people did. But that's just what folks did, and I think that they're gonna have some consequences for that. But that's just my thought.
But maybe we celebrated in a different down home way. I mean,
Yes.
many years we went out to the family ranch to celebrate the 4th. They would hold a huge celebration where we shot off fireworks that were as big as SeaWorld's because we had a connection from them. So we would have out in the middle of nowhere ranch shooting off at the riverside because the river ran through the ranch itself. And so we would go down to the river and shoot off these fireworks. And then over the years, I got to where I could not travel to the ranch during this time of year. So we have friends out in the country, and they have this huge pond and a big, beautiful concrete area down there. But we shoot off fireworks, but nobody's doing anything this year.
And that's what I was just telling Jim. He was saying that he definitely didn't want it going on in the West Coast, but I was telling him that my neighbors here in my apartment complex, they were shooting them off last night. So I'm pretty sure they'll be shooting off some tonight because it's a level field. So, and I heard several others around the community. So definitely, I know that there were fireworks salespeople because actually I saw one near a grocery store in Durham, and they were definitely having brisk sales, I'll put it that way. So I know that a lot of people are buying individual fireworks and are, like you saying, having their own private fireworks. I do hope people are being safe with that.
Right. They did not have the firework tents this year like they usually have where we could go purchase. And quite honestly, North Carolina, it's very illegal to shoot off the big fireworks. Yeah. You would have to go to South Carolina to purchase your big fireworks. So over the years, sometimes we would make sure we had a trip going to South Carolina a week or two early, pick up a bunch of the big fireworks and bring them back. And again, I don't recommend doing this unless you live in an area that has very few trees or you're far away from the trees because you have no idea how far those things project. Right. And then you live near a water source, like, where we've always gone has been at the river or at the lake or a big pond. Yeah. And, but it will burn the grass. I mean, this is what I tell people. But behind us, they've been shooting off fireworks last night. I think they're just revving up for the big show tonight. And but I can't.
You made me think of something because you go to South Carolina if you can't get it in North Carolina. Well, I grew up in New England, and living in Massachusetts, there were blue laws. Do you know what the blue laws were?
Yes, I do.
So Sundays you could not purchase alcohol. Well, we lived right over the line from Vermont. Vermont didn't have blue laws, so we just go to Vermont.
We definitely know about the blue law here in North Carolina because we've got similar kind of laws that have existed. And then I went to school in a state that has an infamous line because I don't know how many of you remember the Blues Brothers, the famous movie and everything, where they make the comparison between Chicago and Wisconsin because, of course, they were based in Chicago. And there's that infamous line about coming to Milwaukee because they knew that they could get the beer at a certain age. Whereas it's a different age in Chicago.
That's right. We did that too for New York. Massachusetts was older and New York was younger. So
I've always seemed to live in a state that had the blue ribbon law where they and just again like Sundays, but it was all the sins, right? So no cigarettes, no alcohol, no, right. and it was North Carolina just changed the law probably 5 or 6 years ago where you could buy alcohol after 1 on Sundays.
Right.
So, but it's after 1 o'clock.
You go to church and then you can
go to church, you pray and ask for forgiveness of being a drunken, and then you can go pick it up for the football game. Such a hypocritical state.
I think our homework lady is back. So she's got to give us our homework before we get to Zack. So I know we have homework to do to stay mentally sane and stay sane in these kind of hard times. So I'm waiting for my homework assignment.
Right. There's no hope for Mark. Okay. So we're not going to wait for him.
I got enough hope for both of us, Mark. Don't worry.
We got to keep Mark insane so that he can keep running that great, wonderful radio talk show on IBM TV because that's insane. I love it. No, it's great. It's great radio talk. But absolutely, we all need that spiritual healing. And it's weird. I did make a rude comment about North Carolina and how we all go to church to that's what the blue ribbon law was for, right? To ask for forgiveness of your sins, and then you go out and drink. but we do that we all need some sort of absolution in life. That's what it's about, right? But for whatever reason, the state felt like they needed to control our lives, of what we can buy, when we can buy it. And this is what I started out the show today about what the 4th of July is, and what it was supposed to be about is we left a country so that we could have freedom from religion and freedom from taxation, bully taxation. And in fact, we have a worse bully taxation system with full immunity, and we never had freedom from that kind of religion that was prejudice. We still instilled religious prejudice, horrifying effects on people, where they would, burn and torture people for not following the religious factors here in the United States, because you were a witch, or they would punish you because you don't follow the religious laws. Very prejudiced against, human beings for gender choice. And they still do today. Yep. So, we never, to me, this is what I told somebody from England who said, hey, congratulations on you guys, leaving the UK. And I go, no, actually, congratulations on you guys getting rid of all your criminals, because apparently we brought the worst part of it to the United States.
Or Australia.
Yeah, right. Australia is also a prison colony as well. That's very true. And the other thing is that you're so right that oftentimes the religion, and I have some interesting views about religion and spirituality, but oftentimes it is used to validate some of the worst of habits, and whether that's things revolving around gender, whether that's things revolving around race. Let's not forget that slavery was actually justified using religion as part of the justification. So that's actually how they would find a passage in the Bible or something else, whether that was the story of Ham or whatever, to justify.
They always found a passage in the Bible to torture women, to torture people of gender choice, and to torture people of color. And to me, no religious, but we left this for many years of my life, and it gets very exhausting, is that this country was supposed to be free of that, and it wasn't.
Well,
so
I don't recommend this.
Coming back to,
I don't recommend this. If you ever read KKK literature, which I have, and they are definitely against blacks, and that's what we think of when we think of KKK, because they putting down that, doing all sorts of horrible things. But the other thing that they hate is what they call the Romans. And the Romans, if you substitute Catholic for Romans, because they mean Roman Catholic, so the KKK hated both equally, and so they had a religious bias against anyone who was, such as an Irish Catholic like myself, didn't worship the way they thought you had to worship.
I had to be very careful when my parents moved from Texas to North Carolina, because North Carolina is so predominantly KKK to this day. And as a Catholic, we would have been hung, burned, tortured. I was treated really bad. But the KKK is bad, not just in that way, but they are that hateful against gays, lesbians, bis, trans. But again, we left England saying we wanted freedom of religion, and yet we brought the worst case. But religion promoted the worst human crimes of all times.
The Crusades.
It gave them absolution for those crimes. And so I agree that in most cases, but you know what I tell people, I quit finding religion in churches, because churches define a lot of those crimes. And so I stopped going to churches because of that. And I started finding true religion when I did that, true religion based on what we are learning here with Anandmai and with you guys and with Jim, that the spiritual practicing of true spiritual of God, whatever God it is that you choose, it happens here. It doesn't happen in a building. If you ever read the 10 Commandments, it's really stupid. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. Seriously? So as a woman, I could go covet a man? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. You guys wrote this. The men wrote the laws to do what? To enforce the way they wanted them to be enforced, just like we write our laws today. And this is what I try to tell people while we're being distracted with all of this nonsense, and I'm calling it nonsense because it has become nonsense. While we're being distracted, you have no idea. I do now, but you have no idea, because that's the first place I go. The minute this starts happening, I start going to look at the laws they're writing and getting ready to push. And these laws are intended to hurt you worse than the laws that existed previous. So anything that you guys think you're gaining out of, not just you guys, because I support the words of the protest, but anything we think we're gaining, we're not. We have just given them the open door to hurt us. So we need to pull people together, and we need to go where we need to be, and that is in their face. And we need to tell them to not make these changes in laws that they're getting ready to make. But what we need to do also is become focused, understand what we, let's do this. Hold on. Focus, find our pyramid, and put in there what we want to gain, and then do it. But the protesting is not going anywhere anymore. And in fact, it's becoming more of a work, a nuisance, than it is a work of progress. And we need to pull together and unify to make our solutions. But we need to go. I think that they have promoted all of the contention so that they can get away with all the little things they're doing. And if
so
you think
they make it a culture war. I mean, that's actually what the speech was. He declared it a culture war and said that he was going to go with the far left to whatever that means and things of that nature. So they've very much outlined it in the terms of a culture war. And Jim, I think the last time I heard the culture war terms was around the time of Reagan and maybe even Nixon. So we've not heard that kind of conversation in a long time from what I remember. And just him putting it in that context is very scary. So I think that
I feel like I went to sleep in the United States and woke up in the divided states, because our country is just being torn by these things.
I think we're living in a zombie world right now. You know,
It's a bizarro world.
About zombies, but humans have no more empathy. Our empathy has been washed. And if you notice, people just don't care about people anymore. We walk around without that feeling a need to help each other, to heal the world. We've become a nation that promotes what I call unusual insulting. And, somebody was like ranting and raving some insults today on LinkedIn, of all places, a business place, right? Promoting Trump, going, you freaking idiots on the left, and it insulted the other side. And I go, I really respected you until, why does Trump people and Trumpettes have to be so insulting to get their point across? And because before now, I used to respect you, but now all you do is insult and bring people down instead of promote people up. And that's what we're missing. But I truly believe if you read science fiction books or watch the stupid movies that I really don't care for, I think we've become that. We have become what they wrote about, but not Wolfman.
So basically what you're saying is that 1984
The tale
just maybe
was just a little bit worse.
36 years late. So, but the concept is the same.
Kimberly, you're breaking up a little bit.
We have,
and so I'll just carry the show for a little bit until she gets back in sync with us. And I think that we're talking about.
Am I still?
You're
still stuttering a little bit there. I don't know what's going on. So
okay,
we'll just keep the conversation going.
What you were talking about all this language is coming back, and we're hearing things that we thought we had moved past again. I was wondering, because there's many reasons why we should not have gone to make a divisive speech in front of the Mount Rushmore. But I also thought, isn't it ironic that he's standing before a giant granite faces of men that everyone respects, and doesn't he look small in comparison? And who is giving him advice about doing that? That just
and like I said, I don't know who gave him that advice because he did look small in comparison. I did hear, like I think I might have mentioned earlier, one of his aides was talking about actually carving his face in there as well, which I think is a joke to try to have him carved there as a symbolic figure of greatness or whatever. But I agree that he definitely looks small. But Jim, just look at the sites that he's picked so far. And that's one of the things I wrote on my own Facebook post, is that he went to Tulsa, which is the Tulsa Massacre. He went to the Black Hills. I mean, what's he going to go next to? Is he going to go to 3 Mile Island to insult the environmentalists? Is he going to go to the Wilmington Massacre? Or is he going to go
let's
to?
Get Coach Kumar back in here to help us balance, because Coach, as a country, we are out of balance.
Yeah,
our vibrations are all over the map, and
I need some balance.
Low vibrations.
Yeah,
So
I need some
how
balance.
can we help our country vibrate at a higher level?
I think we have to start at one human at a time. We have to start inside us.
Right. I agree with you on that.
We were doing this with Anandmai, and maybe as each of us learned from her the homework assignments that we need to do. I think this was brilliant, what you taught us today, that this is going to be part of what we want to gain from life. With it being a full moon, maybe we could learn some prayers and chants. But, symbolisms that they may seem like, they do unify people, right? Just like in religion, they've always unified people with symbolisms. I think we need to do that. But as each of us are practicing them and we become sound and grounded again, so will the people around us, right? It will not happen overnight, but we can bring all of this in where we need it to be. And we need to just say, okay, I have to start with myself first. One of the greatest, and I can't remember which one because I listened to so many of them, but old politicians one time said, because they kept asking him, why didn't you ever run for president? And he said, I learned that I can do the best good, the most good, just for my community. Right?
No, I'm a big supporter of local politics for exactly that reason, because as we know, a lot of times the real decisions are made on the local level, and that's where the real stuff is being done. So definitely we need to support our folks on the local level, just on all things, even in what our coach is doing, even in kind of like creating those kind of positive environments, even within our own houses and things of that nature. So we need to have a lot of that kind of stuff going on. At least that's the way I feel about it. And I'm sorry I missed your coaching session earlier, but I didn't pop in until later. So sorry that I missed that. I did get that symbol, so I've learned the symbol now.
Yeah.
So this is, you put your hand, show us, Anandmai. Show us, Coach.
So you have to put one of your palm like this, the other one beneath it, and just join your thumb, and it will make a triangle.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Thank you. I like
and triangles are very important in our history of spiritual word, even if you go back to the pyramids. But like she said, that if you look at all the churches and everything, we all have that pyramid of going up, or that triangle. So that's what we do.
Spirit, body.
Right.
Spirit, body. Exactly.
But Anandmai, share with us what we're supposed to do with this.
So while putting our hand like this, and you can Google how to sit in Padmasana. It's basically fold your legs and sit on the ground. Most of people outside India know it as sitting in the yoga posture. So you just have to sit on the ground, put your hands like this in your lap, and put the intention of what exactly do you want to manifest in your life. And just sit with that thought for a couple of minutes, maybe 5 to 10 minutes. And whichever is your chant, whatever is your chant, which you feel that gives you energy, you can chant that in your head. How I do it is that I write my intention. I put it in this triangle while sitting in the Padmasana. And then keeping that, and I chant it once, the intention or what I want in my life. And then I chant the mantras which we have been taught in India. Mahamrityunjaya mantra or Gayatri mantra, whichever feels, and it comes automatically. You do not have to plan it, or whichever is your chant, you can give your chant, because the intention matters. On full moon, all your emotions and intentions, they get multiplied and magnified.
Yeah, I
So in
love that.
whatever vibration you will be, it will be just magnified and multiplied for next 5 days to 10 days.
So,
Coach
so
Kumar,
I
I'll
love that
share with
flavor,
you.
and I love the way that you do that. Because I've had some friends that have been, I've gone to some events and they've been doing yoga, and part of the when they do the yoga, they do like the pyramid thing with the upwards pyramid, and I've noticed that included as part of their tradition is getting that. Now, sometimes they get into like those. I hate to say this because I need to work on my exercise. That needs to be one of my intentions. But they get into those like complicated exercise moves that are a little bit too hard for me at the beginning. But I love the beginning parts because that's more the mindfulness aspect. But when we get into the hard parts of the exercise, that's kind of when I start pulling
Well,
back a little bit.
Mark, I can help you with that. And Coach Kumar, correct me if I'm wrong here, but there are modified positions. For example, I have knee trouble, so I cannot get into the ideal yoga position, but I can get into a modified position, which is
You
just
can
as
sit
effective.
on the chair. You can sit on the chair with your, as we discussed in our last session, as with your feet completely touching the ground without any footwear. You can wear your socks, but there should not be any rubber thing or anything like that. Maybe a shoes or a slipper, a flip flop or anything. You can sit and just imagine the roots growing through you, and you are good to go.
Yes.
Okay.
And
so
like that.
Mark, you missed a good
my
part of the show where we talked about the full moon bringing out the animal and people and the werewolves and things like that. But so our crime rate is the highest during the full moon. Our hospitalization rate's the highest during the full moon. Birth rates are the highest. So be careful out there.
Coach Kumar, what I chant to myself is peace and harmony, peace and harmony,
Peace and harmony.
And
Yeah.
I cannot express how calming that is for me. Just to get into that position, to have my hands in my lap, and to chant that over and over again until I feel. And then I think after I do that for a while, I'm doing that for the world. Then I spend some time, a smaller amount of time, saying it for myself. Because I think that.
No, I love that. And that whole concept of peace and harmony is very much needed. And sometimes what I do, and I'm just noticing the coach, and I'm loving her artwork behind her. But sometimes what I'll do is I just find something centered, like an art piece, and I'll just kind of like concentrate on that. I don't even know what that artwork is. It looks like there's some sort of tree or something in the background, but it definitely looks very eye-catching, and it helps me even ground as I'm looking at the picture of you because I see that photo, that artwork in the background.
Yeah.
Thank you so
She's
much.
always beautiful, and she's celebrating today and wearing the bright colors of celebration because they had good news about her mother, and so she was, in celebration wearing the bright colors. But we're celebrating life today, and don't you think that if we all learned all of these things as we were growing up, that maybe there would be less emphasis on prejudice and more emphasis on peace and harmony, like Jim was saying, that our religion basis wouldn't be enforcing. And that I truly believe that the churches and the religions enforce the prejudice that we have lived with in our years of life, because that's where our laws come from. Our laws come from religion. So there you go.
Pass the truth to the next generation. Teach them early what we learned. No, I agree so much with you, and that's something that and I also with what you said, Kim, is that too often the churches are too busy in the cult of the personalities and too busy paying attention to the leadership and the things of that nature. Because as I've mentioned on this show before, I remember a documentary, and Jim, you may remember it as well. It was thinking one on the major networks, but it was about religion. And it basically said the whole concept was that if we look at all of the religions, it doesn't matter whether it's Eastern or Western or whatever, it's all basically got the same themes. It's got like the 4 or 5, 6 basic themes, which is love thy neighbor, respect others, everything of that nature. They all have the same basic message. There may be extremists on all the religions, and even some of those that are more peacefully known religions have extremists in them as well. But that's not the norm. That's not the norm. That's not what should be the norm. So that's something that has been corrupted within the religions. But in my mind, most of the religions are all about the like message. And as I've told several friends of mine just in conversations, I think that there are going to be some very upset people, those that have that attitude of my way or the highway whenever they make it up there to heaven, assuming they make it that far, because I think that they're going to be seeing some shocking people up there that they're not expecting. Like if they've got that, you got to be a Christian and you can't be this or that. I fully expect that the Buddha is going to be up there. I fully expect that some of the Muslim leaders are going to be up there. I fully expect that a lot of folks are going to be up there. So if they've got that my way or the highway kind of approach, I think that Gabriel and God and a lot of the other folks are going to be basically laughing at them, going like, nobody told you that. So I don't know what you're thinking about, because we shouldn't send that message.
I think how you treat people here is how, and I think you're going to be truly understood when you get up there. What if, and I always tell people, what if God treated you that way?
Exactly.
Right? What if God, when you got to the gates, God's going to say, you know what? I'm going to treat you just like, because if you think about it that way, then maybe humans would react different. A lot of people don't know this. My mother and well, they don't know my mother-in-law, but she taught me this. She was a really good historian as well as a Bible reader. Like she was truly into the Bible schools and everything. But she had a real problem with the way the Bible was written, because it was truly written to control people. King James in general was written to control the army. Everything that was written in the King James version was all about controlling his men in the army. A lot of it was about how people should be controlling women. It was meant to keep women, docile, and never.
The Bible was written by men for men.
That's right.
Yeah.
But it wasn't written just for men. It was written for particular men, just like the top 1% of the country laws. So you have to look at it that way. And I think if more people really, but people are easily to be bent and to follow certain things, because we're all looking for absolution, right? Mostly absolution for our sins and acceptance. Absolution and acceptance are two things that we all want. Approval, right? The A's in life. We all want those A's. And we talked about this when we started this particular part of the show in spiritualness. What are people looking for, right? And why do people get so lost? And it's truly because they've lost that feeling of being accepted. And when all of that leaves you, you start feeling lonely. And part of learning to love yourself eliminates that loneliness, right?
So that's what I was telling earlier, Kim, that when I joined my college, the first day when the principal came,
I'm going to be doing that all day.
So first, and I studied in a convent college where nuns were our teachers and principal. So she came, she just said, welcome to the new batch of the student and everything. And she just said that don't let the child inside you die. That was her only message to us. No fancy words, nothing. And after 3 years, after graduating on our convocation day, she again came on the stage. She said, all the best to you guys. And again, the same sentence, don't let the child inside you die. So have you ever seen any child, like they fight for small things like a pencil or maybe a doll or a toy, but then they become friends like that? It's the parents conditioning, like you don't have to play with that boy because the person, that boy has stolen your toy or that girl has stolen your doll. So it's the parents, it's the adults who put all these feelings in the kid, but the kid is always innocent. They fight, they learn, they grow together, and they are together again. And as we were talking about the religion and the books, Gautam Buddha was not a Buddhist. Even Shiva is a consciousness. Shiva is not a Hindu person. He's a consciousness. Right. Jesus Christ was just a human teaching us love and acceptance.
Right.
So, and all these books are written, all these religion books, and I am not discriminating or I'm not saying anything about any religion. They are written in a way to control people, just to see how many followers they have. Otherwise, if you see, you just need to change your perception for a moment and just think, when you stand on the Mother Earth, how far your feet reaches on the same level as mine. So how can I be big than you or you big than me? We all are reaching at the same level. And that is
That's
so
beautiful.
it doesn't matter how tall you grow. It's the more important thing is that how deep your roots are.
Yeah, I agree with you so much because one of the greatest things that I think that I just find joy in every day is while I live in the city, because Durham is a urban area. I mean, it's a small urban area, but it's an urban area. But while I live in the city, I just enjoy going for a quick walk. And while I'm doing that walk, and it might be a destination walk, I'm sitting there looking at the robin, sitting there looking at the butterfly, sitting there looking at the various things of nature that are out there. And like sometimes I'm even seeing them turn around and they're observing me and I'm observing them. So we're observing each other, but we're sharing that same space and enjoying the fact that we are sharing that space, which is the space of nature. But not trying to exploit them, not trying to catch them, not trying to do anything of that nature, but just enjoying them. I know last week I literally went around the corner from my apartment and there was a little rabbit sitting right there. And the rabbit looked at me, I looked at the rabbit, and we just had this moment of bonding, just looking at each other. Eventually, I think the rabbit thought that, I might be trying to get a little too close because I did pull out my camera phone, wanted to get a picture of him, and the rabbit was like, "That's okay. I don't want to have my Cecil DeMille moment right now, so I'm gonna go hop off right now." So he went hopping
Camera
away.
shot.
For the initial moment, we were enjoying each other's company, but he was like, "No, I don't want to be a model right now, so I'm gonna go hop away and enjoy myself." So he disappeared, but just sitting there and bonding with that rabbit was a very special moment. And I also agree with you about play. I'm 58. I know Jim's a little bit older than me and everything, not knocking ages, but everything. But and don't let the white beard fool you. But 58. But I've got friends that are in their 30s, 40s, even some in their 20s. And to me, some of the most engaging people are those that don't mind grabbing a frisbee and just tossing that frisbee and having those very much childlike moments and just enjoying that. I mean, I know Jim's into chess and that's more of a strategy game, but I'm also talking about those that just enjoy doing what some folks would consider childish kind of games. But to me, they're just having good times, whether that's tossing a frisbee, whether that's playing a game of jacks, whether that's, even the pickup games of basketball and things of that nature. But
Squirt guns.
that's
Squirt
very
guns.
much engaging and very much just those folks to me are some of the most true people because they are just enjoying that moment. It's not all about the competition. I mean, they might be having some fun with the competition, but it's also just about having some social time and some social fun.
Well, it's
Throwing a
just like
stick
I
with my
bought
dog.
squirt guns for my niece for her birthday, right? And I didn't buy just one because her mom said she would really love a squirt gun. We haven't been able to find them. I bought a whole bag of them because one squirt gun by itself is not fun, but the whole family, right? Adults and everything. Oh wow, this is cool. I bought all different kinds, right? From the pump kind to the little ones and she got to that. She was like, "Oh wow, this looks like a space," and but it was like you were saying, it's for all ages, right? Be goofy, be a kid. Don't not. But she goes, I just said one gun, and I go, but this is a lot more fun, isn't it? And she's like, yeah. So
I mean, one of the silliest things that I ever saw, and I brought this up to y'all last time, and I think I might have said the wrong year, because I think I said 50. It's actually 150, but and I don't know if we'll have it this year because of COVID. But there is a small man-made river, for lack of a better term, that is in a place called American Tobacco. It's near where the Bull Durham, for those that are international and watching this, they'll know the Bull Durham because of the movie. So it's near that. There's a little river. They do a duck race. It's a fundraiser. And so it's literally a bunch of ducks like this that are running down the field, and whichever duck wins, that's the one that wins the contest. But I mean, it's totally not anything that that's controlled. It's not people pushing the duck. So it's all by the natural gravity and the things of the waves and the way that the river runs. So it's not like you have any control in it. It's totally random chance who wins. And the people are just having fun. They're buying the little ducks, and this was the one last year to celebrate Durham's 150th anniversary. So they're buying the little ducks, and then the little ducks are running down. But it was just amazing watching. I mean, it was everybody from little kids to people I know well into their 80s and 90s watching that little duck run down the race and had like little vested interest in the duck. So they were sitting there going, this duck was actually given to me because I had not bought my own duck. But one of my friends was like, Mark, you have to have a duck. So this is your duck. It did not win, Jim, by the way. I think it finished like in 200th place. So it didn't matter though.
Who cares? Yeah.
Exactly.
But you're in the
And,
game.
and don't let the child die in you, because when you're a child, your imagination is flowering, and you imagine all sorts of possibilities, and you create all sorts of different worlds or different things that aren't real, but you're trained to think of reality and tamper down your imagination and think of what is actually there. And so we lose our ability to imagine, to create.
I think that is one of the worst things that has happened in our school system. And like I said, I brought this up a couple of other times. I have worked in education with a testing company, a leading national testing company, has also done some testing with international folks as well. So it's a company that has done both local and state and national and international testing. But a lot of times they can't gauge that. I mean, I even know right now we're talking about trying to test the testers against the computer. But I mean, a lot of times kids are naturally imaginative. There are like some great essays that I have seen that because of the way it is structured, I've had to give either bad grades or give grades that I did not necessarily agree with. But when I read those essays, I'm sitting there going like, this kid is the next Isaac Asimov, the next Carl Hyson, the next all these great things. I've just read some amazing things, and even some of there's a term that is used in education called a refusal. Basically, it means that the kid knows that the test is not really worth anything, so they don't really want to take the test, so they write a refusal, meaning that basically it's an elaborate, I don't really give a crap about the test. But some of those were some of the most best essays I have ever seen, because yes, there are some that are basically like, and excuse me, coach, for using this term, but some of them are like the F the system and all of that kind of essays that are very negative. But then there were some other ones that were very elaborate. Some of them would be like, I don't feel like taking this test, but I want to tell you about my day, this or that. Or I want to tell you about, like you were saying, Jim, this imaginative world that they created. And in the back of my mind, I'm sitting there going, in my head, I'm like, I really wish I had, because a lot of times these are private tests with no connections to the people. So I don't have like an email or any way to contact them. And I get that. That's for security reasons. I understand that. But in my mind, sometimes I'm like, I really wish I had a way to get in touch with this kid, because I'd be like, hey, you don't know me. My name is Mark. I'm in North Carolina. You've got the greatest future I've ever seen of a writer. I just wanted to call and encourage you. Because that was just me and my nature and what I would do. But if I had those kind of capabilities, but I know, and I get why they do it, and security reasons, and they don't want the predators coming after folks, because even though we're trying to be very positive, we do know that there are those types that are out there. So I mean, I plainly understand why they have these rules and regulations, but at the same time, somebody as kind-hearted as me, I do sometimes wish that I could just reach through there, just like you want to hug. Like I don't have any kids, but I have nephews, and just like I like to hug them when they do well on soccer or give them kudos. There's some kids that I don't know at all, because like I said, I don't have any kids of my own, but as friends of mine have told me, some of us that don't have kids, we wind up being leaders in our community, even in the community of young people, just based on our having ties to them. So like I said, I don't have any kids. I do have my two nephews, but I've got a group of folks way underneath my age. I'd say from teenage and young kids on up to like folks way older than me. So like in the 80s and 90s, they're part of my extended family, because I have a very extensive extended family in that sense, just because I believe in trying to connect to people and giving that positive energy to as many people as I can, because I think that that's what life is about, is extending the positive energy that we all try to have in our lives to the world. So like I said, if I can have one legacy that I hope to leave, and that's just what I hope, and I think that that's the impression I get from Jim, that's the impression I get from Kim, that's the impression I even get from you, Coach, and others that we have in our community, is that we are definitely have that kind of spirit, that so much so that, if something was to happen bad to us tomorrow, don't want anything bad to happen to any of us, but no one never knows what fate has in store. So if somebody was to happen and one of us was to step out and, the quote unquote infamous get hit by a truck, I think all of us would have definitely left a lasting legacy based on some of the things that we're doing and are continuing to do. But I just think that too often we don't have that flavor in our lives. We're so focused on you're negative. And I agree with you, Kim, to some degree. I do think that some of the protests are doing some positive things, but so we disagree on that. But I do think that sometimes we get too caught up on the negative aspect of what's going on, and we do need to concentrate more on the positive aspect of what's going on in general.
I just want to help. I don't want to see it. Sometimes you can cause a bigger problem by not being focused on the right things. You lose the track. But I truly believe, and I don't want to lose what our spiritual Sunday or Saturday is about, but I truly believe that there's a contention being thrown around so that it's distracting what other people want to do, and what they are trying to gain is going to hurt you. And I think Amanda May has to step aside a minute.
No.
Amanda May, did you get to take care of, because Mark just talked about taking care of older people, did you get to take care of what you needed to?
Yeah. It's done.
Okay.
Well, Coach Kumar, I have a question for you, because what I have told myself is that in order to remember that child, I have to forget what I have been taught. So I practice a lot of forgetting in order to remember. And does that make any
Jim,
sense?
can you please repeat? I couldn't hear. There was some disturbance.
There was an echo that hit right at that moment. Can you try that again?
Sure.
Yeah, just try that again. That could have been my fault because my AC kicked on, so I think it might have made it an echo, but I turned it down, so I apologize.
Okay, because I can remember this because I tell myself this every day, and it's to remember to forget. Because for me to remember that child within that we want to keep alive, I have to forget a lot of the training and teaching that I have been given in my life. So I say to myself every day, remember to forget.
That's interesting. I like that.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Just to remember to forget, and also I think one of the things that we all have to do is remember to catch on to our childhood ways and everything. Because too often, I mean, we all got it. I mean, I don't care whether you're in India, I don't care whether you're in Australia, where I know we have some listeners at, or England, or wherever. We all got bills. We've all got those adult responsibilities, as they call them. But at the same time, while we need to identify and relate to those adult responsibilities, I think we still need to have time just to be childlike and enjoy those childlike moments and everything. Because I think that we get so caught up around the world in the rat race and wanting to quote unquote make it and do successful. And I mean, I think we all do that. I mean, we all want to be successful in whatever we're doing. I mean, Jim wants to win the world championship in chess, even though he knows he's got a hard time getting there and he's got to knock out some folks. I know Kim's got some big plans for IBM TV, and as well as some of her inventions and everything. So I know that we all have things that we want to do in the world that are more quote unquote adult oriented. But at the same time, you know, sometimes you just got to do something silly. I'm not going to lie. Sometimes if I get in the shower in the morning or in the late afternoon, I'll sit there and hum to myself, might even sing to myself, and have some of those childlike moments. So I think we got to have those as well in life.
But Coach Kumar, I think there's something that is a cycle for me, because I tell myself to remember to forget in order to remember that childlike, excuse me, way of being. So it's remember to forget my training to remember what it was like to be a child. And so it's and then I forget again, and I have to remind myself again. And so it's always going like that for me. But I was wondering what you wanted to say about that.
Yeah, so you put it very beautifully, and how I say and how I have experienced it, that when you start walking on the path of spirituality, you need to decondition a lot and you need to unlearn a lot what we have been taught since our childhood. And when we start stripping away all those labels which are attached to us, then we start you. So by remembering the childhood doesn't mean you have to remember the actions. You have to remember the love, the innocence, the connection. We used to play in the mud in India. When I used to come home, me and my brother, my mother would have to struggle to find out which one of us are her children, because we all looked alike. We were all covered in mud from head to toe, and that gave us a lot of pleasure and happiness. And that was and we knew that when we go back home, mom will be ready with a stick or something to beat us because we have done something like that, and she has to work a lot, bathe us, and then wash our clothes and stuff. But that innocence and that connection, and the time we started growing up, we were loaded with the burden of success, that you have to succeed in your exams, in school, in college, in your career, and everything. We forgot how we enjoyed it, how we enjoyed our life. And once we make that connection with the child inside us, then all these gaps are bridged, and they are bridged very beautifully. And I would like to share this two of my experiences. One, when we were talking about how we can incorporate these in the children. So one of my cousin, he's a doctor in New York, and he came back from a COVID duty, and his son is 6, my nephew, and he started chattering. And my brother was very tired, and he just tried to ignore him and look into the fridge. He was looking for something, and the child asked him, "Dad, what are you looking for?" And then my brother was so frustrated, he just said, "I'm looking for some peace." And my nephew said, "Did you try to look inside yourself?"
Oh.
Oh wow. Oh my gosh. How beautiful.
And that comes back to that old saying that is so true, from the mouth of babes is sometimes where the answers are at. From the mouth of babes is sometimes those answers that we're looking for.
So
But that's a
I'm talking
reflection
about
of
that
his
with the
parents.
connection.
Yeah. I think that was a reflection of good parenting too. But go ahead, continue. There were two.
Yeah. So yeah, and the other one was this Wednesday earlier. We have our own sessions. Like, we also get coached, because we also need. I am a coach, but still I need a coach for myself as well. So while going through that meditation, at the end, when I was in connection with Mother Earth and Father Sky, the message what I got from the universe was, what's the use of wanting when universe is already working towards my well-being and for me?
Wow.
And
Was
when we believe it, and after this also, I was making some very big statements that I want this, I want that, and stuff. And then I read it for a couple of more times, because I wrote it just after my meditation. And then when I read it for a couple of more times, I just felt that, okay, if someone else is working for me, and that thing is the ultimate power, what's the need of want it in a certain way? I will just put my intention. I just, if I say, if I want success in my business, I would just say I would like to see myself after 5 years on this place, or maybe this much evolved. Why I have to associate it with some trophies, some awards, or say, for example, if I'm into film line, I would say I will be successful only if I win the Oscar. If I want to make a difference, I could just say that I am at a place where everyone remembers me, that when I see the picture of this lady or this girl, I get something. And that will be my success story. I do not need to associate my success with any award or any mention in any magazine. And that gives so much of calm and peace to myself when I think of it. And whenever I'm in a panic, because when doctor advised the COVID test for my mother, for few minutes I was like, oh God, what next? What if the result come positive? And then I said, no, someone else is working for me. Why I have to worry about it? And even before the result came, I told everyone the report is going to be negative. We don't have to worry. It's just that the doctor wanted it, and that's why we are getting it done.
that's right.
So that
I agree
belief.
with you so much. I agree with you so much because, like I said, just to come back to your film example, to me, some of the greatest filmmakers that are out there are the filmmakers that have made a statement, but they're not out there necessarily to win the awards. I don't think the impression I get of Spike Lee, and I'm just going to give some examples. Spike Lee, Ava DuVernay, I think I pronounced her name correctly and everything, and even like some of the other ones, even Myra Nair, to use the Indian examples and everything. The impression I get from them is that they could care less about the awards. It's more about the kind of message and the kind of stories that they are trying to tell. Now, some of these might be more message oriented than others. Some of them might just be plain fun movies, but the impression I get from them is that they are not paying that much attention to the awards. It's more about doing the message and getting the message out there. I actually happened to stumble across, and like I'm getting ready to mention something. Go double check this, like I double check with Nick about the drugs. So I stumbled across a TEDx talk. It was actually a TEDx talk by a sex therapist. And I stumbled across it last night or early this morning. One of the things that this young lady, who was an Irish Catholic, by the way, if I remember correctly, she said and everything was that I'm trying to say her name was like Monica McGrath or something like that. But one of the things that she said was that one of the places that we get lost even in those things is that we lose the childlike aspect, or the aspect when we first discover each other and first discover the relationship. We get too busy caught up worrying about what else is going on in the family, the bills, and all of this other kind of stuff. And she was definitely encouraging people to actually, spend some time even in those relationships where you have time with your significant other, where you're actually engaged on a more um, intimate kind of connection, but also where you're enjoying some of the early stages of the relationship and that enjoyment that you had there, not worrying about, the fact that you might have put on this or that, or that you might not have this dress that you want, or the shirt that you want, or the different other things, but to actually concentrate a little bit more on some of the things that would got you in the relationship in the beginning, and not to get so caught up in the day-to-day junk, for lack of a better term, that we get caught up in, even when we're in that private moment, because sometimes our minds are going all over the place. Because she was actually making several jokes about that. Like, we're sitting over there. She actually said, and I forget the exact joke, but it was like we were so busy texting and doing other things or thinking about texting that we weren't even enjoying the environment that we were in. So she was like saying that we need to stop that.
It's absolutely true. And Kimberly, when he was listing off filmmakers that are doing it for their passion, with their message, did you think of a filmmaker? I know I did.
Oh, yeah. I think, yes, I do.
I was thinking of Henning Morales.
Yes, he's definitely one. I've had the pleasure of meeting him, and I would definitely put him in that category.
Yeah.
He everything he is doing is about reminding us about the children in us, but also about the children that we need to be responsible for. And that's his message, is that, and he's got his movie coming out today, and still hasn't given me the passes yet. Corey said that I guess they're experiencing some technical difficulties. We'll be getting them out soon, but honestly, I think even if we miss the premiere today, there's going to be
a workout.
Right. I watched it the other evening. With it hasn't like been fully wrapped yet, and so we watched it Wednesday night. It was still fabulous. One of the things I like about Henning is his moral values, and so he refuses to use a lot of the foul language and a lot of the drugs. He is very much against drugs. And so you're not going to see this in his movies. It's just not something, even though it might have been part of the culture environment of the time of the movie, he really tries to make things happen where you don't need it. And so his whole thing is truly just driving in more moral values into children. And hey, all of this drama is still going to go on, but we don't have to have all of this immoral language and immoral activities and get our point across. And so his big thing is he did not want to influence drug use, like we were talking about the other day with the one movie from the 80s.
The Breakfast Club.
Yeah, The Breakfast Club. And I always think of Pretty in Pink and all of them that came from that gender. And he said, the first thing he brought up was, they used smoking pot, and that's not something he's going to do, even though that was a big thing during then. He doesn't want to influence it. He doesn't want the kids to walk away and go, oh, we can go and smoke pot and still have a great outcome. So, and you won't, I don't even think you'll see cigarette smoke. Not that I'm looking, but I don't even think you'll see cigarettes being smoked in his film.
Coach
about that.
Coach Kumar, one of the things that Henning is really involved in is dealing with teenage angst. So the message that you're sharing with us today is about getting in touch with our inner child. What is it? What would your advice be for someone coming into the teenage angst years? And how do they stay spiritually connected?
So for them, especially, they have all these teen tantrums because they are unheard, because they feel rejected. So it's for parents as well, that they have to keep a very close look on the behavior of their teens, because what happens that from the innocent childhood and by getting all these conditioning over the years, so from 5 when you turn 15 you have already 10 years of conditioning with you,
Yes.
and then you want to explore the world from those conditioning or the conditioning coming from outside your family, which is your friends and stuff, because when you are a child, till 5 or 6 or 7, you're not allowed to go outside without your parents supervision.
Right.
They're always there, but when you are in high school or when you are into your teen, you go out for your night outs, your friend's birthday alone and everything, so you get the social conditioning as well. So that is the time when the parents needs to become friends of their children. So being friend does not mean that you have to lose the control over them, and it does not mean that you have to be super controlling as well. I'm not a parenting coach, but I this is what I have experienced, and this is what I share with people when they ask me, that you really have the control as a parent on them, but you have to be free and open with them as a friend, where they do not where they do not hesitate to share what are they feeling. So this is what, over a period of time, obviously I was also a close teen when I was younger, or maybe 7 8 years ago, but now in this time, in this moment, no matter what happens, me and my mother, we share a different sort of bond. We share everything, whatever happens. So even if I like someone, if I like a boy, we'll make fun together about that boy,
Mm-hmm.
or maybe we'll laugh together with it. And earlier I was hesitant to share and she was reluctant to listen, because I was radiating that energy of not sharing. So as a parent, we need to become more open towards listening to them, because all these teen tantrum comes because of the rejection, or they feel that they are being misunderstood.
Yeah, Coach Kabir, I just wanted to share two stories, and I think you'll get a kick out of everything. But one is a story about my dad, my their granddad. But my nephews, when they were very young, like I said, they're 10 and 11. They'll be 11 and 12 next month in August. But when they were young, like babies, like 1 or 2 years old, my dad, who's very much into nature, like I am, and very much into art, he was literally taking them out and showing them things around nature. And some people were like, still looking at him like, those kids, their brains haven't developed. They don't understand what you're showing them. And my dad was like, no, you don't understand the way the brain works and the way that we do teaching and the way that I've been engaged in teaching. So he actually was very much encouraging them to learn at a very young age. So I just thought that was amazing that he did that some 10 or 11 years ago when they were basically infants almost. And he was just showing them a lot of stuff, even at that very young age of, like I'd say, around 1 or 2 years old. So I just thought that was really great. And then the story I was going to show you is actually involved my nephew. And this was probably 6 years ago. He was playing soccer. They still do youth soccer and they do youth football. But I remember him playing soccer, and I remember they were playing a game, and they actually were doing very well. I mean, they're pretty good at the game. They are good scorers and good defense people and all the other traits that you're supposed to have in soccer. So they were doing really good. And then all of a sudden, there was like a major temper tantrum. So my nephew was having a major temper tantrum. I think I was at the game. Their grandparents, meaning both my mama and my dad, were there, as well as some other relatives that were there. We were all looking at my young nephew, and we're like, "Your team won. You did good. You won. Why are you having a temper tantrum? Like, what is going on? Why are you having a fit?" And it took him a minute because he had to calm down from the temper tantrum. And he was like, I hate to tell y'all this, but I didn't want the game to end. So that's why he was having the temper tantrum, because he still wanted to continue to play. Coming back to the whole kid thing, he was like, I don't want the game to end. I want to keep playing. So that's why he was having the temper tantrum. And we're always like thinking, did he hurt himself? Did something go on? Did somebody run into him? Why are you having this temper tantrum? But his whole answer was like, I still want to play. So he didn't want to end the game.
And I think something that we're talking about here is something that's kind of fun. Didn't want to, is that it's the foundation of what we are teaching our children, right? And it's also giving them the room to grow. And I love your analogy, Anandmai, about why are they having so many temper tantrums, and it's because they're not being heard, they're not being accepted. And from the moment a baby is born, they have that feeling of infinite love, right? Love at first sight when a baby's born. From their first breath, they have parents breathing on them, hugging them, loving them. And then all of a sudden, that kind of dispersion goes away. And I think our whole lives, we continue seeking that feeling, right? Our whole lives, we want to feel that moment that we felt the moment we were born. And they lose that as teens, because by the time they become teens, like we spend majority of their baby life teaching them how to talk, and then the minute they learn how to talk and they're talking too much, we tell them to shut up. Maybe not that blunt, but and then they become these growing up with new ideas that we really don't want to hear, or we know won't go anywhere because we've already tried them, and we're not very eloquent about explaining to them. We're adults, parents, and we might tell them, and not every parent's that way. We all try to be the good parents, but I think you're right. I think that they want to be heard. They not only want to be heard, like you said, they want what they say to be accepted.
No,
Yeah,
and
and
like I
that's
said,
the age.
That's a
I'm sorry,
big
that's one of the things that I agree with, and then I do want to hear from Coach Kamara, is that's one of the things that I kind of agree with what happened with even Black Lives Matters. I've got some friends that are in my age range, 50s and 60s, but I think that this is one of the more youth-led, at least here in the South, and I think even nationally, youth-led kind of movement. So I think that this is one of the few times we're actually seeing the kids, and by kids I mean teenagers and young adults, actually sharing their views and their attitudes. And I don't know that I've ever seen anything this youth-led since the 60s and the 70s. And I was a kid myself at that time, and my parents were young people. So I was like probably pre-teens in the 60s and 70s. So that's but I can't think of another youth-led movement as much as this one has been.
I think we're just seeing a bigger movement because there's so much change going on right now. And but I think that there have been movements, significant ones in my lifetime that I have seen that occurred in the 80s. But I think maybe, Mark, you and I and some of us were too preoccupied with our own careers to really pay attention to them. But I recall some significant heavy protesting movements, people actually being killed in the protests, and it got way out of hand. And I just think people did not want to relive that kind of protest again. And I'm kind of glad. Not that I paid much attention to it because I was way too busy working. I worked 24/7 to keep networks up. And, we didn't have the news feed like we have today, right? So to keep up with it, I would have to stop my work. But I heard some, but I think today, the reason why we're so aware of it, maybe the reason why the movements are so big, is the means to communicate it. Because I see in my text feeds all the time, hey, we're going to show up here and we're going to have a march here. Hey, the Lumbees are arresting anybody who marches. And I'm like, seriously? The Lumbees, the Native American Indians, right? Which, if I bring up the Native American Indians, I'm going to tell everyone the reason why I'm not too thrilled about America is when the people came over here, the way they took it away from the Indians. And if you want to talk about who's at the bottom of the barrel of being treated right in any way, it is the Native American Indians. They get nothing.
And very little at all.
Oh,
they don't get anything. You might think that a casino was something to give to them, but I'm going to tell you guys that it was done intentionally because they knew that they would destroy their lives with
You're breaking up again. Yeah, you're breaking up.
There's nothing but drinking and gambling there, and that's what you're going to give people of poverty with no education.
No, it's crazy. But we were talking about
because I'm hitting a nerve.
And good parents were supposed to be able to listen. And Lynn, I was thinking, I bet you were a good listener as a parent. Sorry, I put you on the spot.
To the extent that I was around, I traveled so much when my kids were young, and it's I did listen, but unfortunately, like Kimberly was saying, I was so busy working oftentimes I would come in the door, and it was around dinner time, and my wife learned very quickly not to start dinner, because there was a fellow I did business with in San Diego who had an uncanny ability to be able to know exactly when I walked in the door, and the phone would ring, and I would go up to my office and spend another hour on the phone with them. So my wife knew that after the first couple of dinners that everybody had without me, that she would make food late. But here's one thing that we did do, and this was very important, because actually it was interesting. When my wife grew up, she had an older sister, and so first of all, my father-in-law would talk about his day, then my mother-in-law would talk about her day, then my sister-in-law would talk about her day, and then, it's time, we're finished dinner, we got to get up and we got to go do the dishes. So Judy, you go do the dishes. Okay. So my wife never got a chance to really talk about what she had done during the day.
Hey, Lynn, and I want to get back to you on business-wise, because I know that we got to talk about your business, but I do have a question for you related to what you just said, and it's actually for Coach Kamar and everything. Don't you think that that's something that, as a world society, we've gotten away from? Because I know that definitely in India, y'all are still very much close to your families. Oftentimes, grandparents and parents and everybody else are still there. But I think that I do remember that. I remember even going to my grandmother's house. I lived in a rural North Carolina town. My grandmother wasn't that far away, and I remember going there and having some great dinners. I wish I'd done more of them, but I do remember going to having dinners and having like the family and everything. Jim, you'll get a kick out of this, but I don't want to hear Coach Kamar's answer. I remember there was like a little phone, the old style phone, and there was like a little doghouse that you could buy from like a dollar store, and they had little dogs, and it represented each of us as cousins. So if you were a bad kid, you got put in the doghouse. So like I said, I remember my brother got put in there. I was actually fairly good, so I stayed out of the doghouse. But I do remember there was like a little symbol. So I think it was roughly 11 of us cousins or thereabouts. So some cousins were more apt to go into the doghouse than others. But Coach Kamar, do you think that we need to do more on communications?
So let me just finish before Coach Kamar responds. We determined very, very early on, when I was there, that we would be a family. We wanted to hear what the kids did, so our daughter and our son, because that was more important. They could hear a little bit about what I did. And in fact, I used to, when I went to Florida, I would go to Miami a bit, and the kids would ask me, "Well, Dad, where did you go?" And I'd say, "Well, I went to Miami." And then they'd say, "Oh, you went to Urami." They were pretty young.
Yeah.
And then I dealt with lawyers so much. Somebody asked my daughter what I did. "Oh, Daddy's a lawyer." One of the last things I'd want to be, but that's beside the point. But we talked. We let them talk about what they did and what was important to them. And I think that was very important. And even today, we do family Zooms. And as maybe Jim, you've heard, and I think Mark's heard, my son and three of my grandsons live in Apex, North Carolina, which is right outside of Raleigh. And my daughter and daughter-in-law fell for the second time on her bike and broke her right wrist today.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So we think we're going to go up. I know, and take the and take the bike away from her now. But anyway, but we get on family Zooms, and the first thing we do is we want to make sure that we hear from the youngest, who's 14, and then the next youngest, who's 16, to see what they are doing. Okay. The two older ones, one's going to be a senior in college and one's already out of college. So they're not afraid to participate, and they do. But we want to hear from the younger ones to hear what everybody is doing. And I think I see a lot of families, and the kids eat by themselves.
Yep.
The parents eat by themselves, and there is no family participation. So,
Right.
so I don't know. I got on late, so I didn't hear Coach Kumar talk about what she was talking about. But I presume this is something that you deal with all the time, right? Families not participating.
Well, it was more about remembering the child within ourselves, but then we got then we got on to how do parents relate to their children and the teenage angst, and so we got onto everything.
Happens to me all the time.
No problem. But like I said, I was curious to hear her thoughts on whether we need to maybe borrow a little bit from that Indian culture and have more of that interaction with the families and things of that nature. Because I do think that some, particularly in the West, we don't do that enough because we got so helter-skelter and spread out. I mean, I got cousins in Charlotte, cousins in Atlanta. One cousin is in Dubai right now because Saudi Arabia. He's in Saudi Arabia because he's doing some military. He retired from the military, so he's doing civilian consulting. So he's all the way in Saudi Arabia. So I do have cousins spread out. So I do know that sometimes it's harder to do. But when we get together, how do you feel? Should we do more of that kind of like bonding together? And I agree with you, Lynn, that we definitely need to hear the voice of the kids as well, and highlight the voice of the kids.
I want to
So Mark, for
about this. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So IBM TV has a teen show. They have been working on it. I think I introduced you guys to Artie and Kieran. Artie is a 14-year-old girl who approached us about doing some internship work with us. Kieran is an 18-year-old young man who does all kinds of filming and wanted to do some things before he went into college. And so we convinced them to just start their own teen show. And they are working on it. We have meetings with them now once a week to talk about it. We hope to launch the first one in a couple of weeks. And what's interesting is I think Henning's going to be one of their guests to talk about the teen movie. But the teen voices are very important, and that's something that we're giving them full reign. They are complete producers and directors of the message that they're trying to reach out about, inspiring the positive thinking, what do you think about COVID? It's going to be the teen voices. And I think it's going to take TV to the next level because we have not seen anything like this in a very long time. And so I'm real proud of what these two young people, literally, that you have no idea the work they're putting into this and the imagination and creativeness to make it inspiring for teens. So,
but Kimberly, we really got to hear from Coach Kumar about how the families need to get together more, because I interacted with her before, and so it's your time now.
Let's learn, because she lives in a tight family environment. Definitely share with us, Coach, what you think about the important aspects, but how we can encourage it more during this time.
So as we were talking about teens, so this is a very beautiful phrase which I just remembered, was that in the teen age, we are physically independent, not emotionally independent. So we need that emotional support from our family and to become more emotionally independent. And in these times, and as Mark was also saying, I moved out of my grandparents' house when I was 4 because my dad worked in a different city and we had to relocate there. But whenever we were together, and especially during some festivals of Holi, Diwali, and there's a Chhat Puja also. So that time we have all those cousins, and we were like 30, 35 people, just the family members, the first cousins and the family member at that one place. And today what happens is like all of us are scattered, like grandparents have passed away and the cousins are in different cities and stuff. But when it comes to talk or be in touch, the intention matters, that okay, we have to stay in touch no matter what happens. We have WhatsApp, we have all these online things, and especially in these times, even if you don't call them but just send a message, hey, how are you doing, I'm there for you. So there's a case that one of my cousin and his wife, they were COVID positive, about now they're negative. So I did not call them in the entire 15 days of their quarantine and their treatment. I just messaged them that how are you doing and all of that. and that made a huge difference in their lives and my life as well, that I was updated about them. And the connection we feel, the bond we make at these times are much more important than the bonds we make ever. So it's very important, and we should encourage it. In India also, Mark, you were saying that we stayed in a very a compact family where we have a lot of people around us. But now that culture is fading away. Now it's very nuclear family type of thing. That's mom, dad, and one kid maybe. I was blessed to have sibling and cousins and all of that, grandparents and everyone. But now when I see there's just two working parents and a child. So think about that child, that what sort of traumas the child must be going at this moment of time. So families are and friends are very much important, and to stay connected with them is the need of the hour, I would say.
No, and I agree and think that that is beautifully said. Um, keeping that connectivity for teens is very important. And I missed the story about the young one, I guess, getting injured on a bike.
Yeah, that was
Sorry to hear that.
Liam was talking about that. His young one got injured on a bike and everything, so he was sharing that with us how they got injured. I actually got a question for Lynn real quick as well, but yes, I agree with you. And just to let you know, I think that I was actually hesitant today early, and I'm gonna tell you why I was hesitant. There's another radio station that I'm involved with. It's a low power radio station, and we were having a meeting with our different committees, kind of like we do with Kim when we have our IBM meetings. And we were having a meeting, and we actually put a teenager, a teenager, younger man, he's probably in his early 20s, in charge of our committee of special events. And I was actually, when the person in kind of like the lead person appointed him in that job, I was a little hesitant because I was thinking to myself, he's young, he's kind of naive, he doesn't really have that experience. But then I had to like put that stereotype away from myself, and I was like, wait a minute, he's actually involved in these things, he's actually involved in youth activities, he's going to give a whole nother perspective to what they're trying to do in the small town of Carborough, because it's in the town of Carborough, which is near Chapel Hill. But I was like, I just had to put those down from where my stereotypes were, because I was sitting there going like, wait a minute, he has no experience, and everybody volunteered to help him, just like we volunteered to help our teams and everything. They volunteered to coach them and help them along in the path. But I did have to put some brakes on myself, because sometimes we do have a habit of not putting brakes on ourselves. So I did have to do that. My question for you, Lynn, and this is coming back to the store, is I'm a big fan. I don't have any right now, but are we going to get some candles or some lights or some other things so that we can have those in the store? Because, we need those in the store if we don't have them. So I need candles and I need some meditation items in the store. And I haven't gone through all the store items, but do we have candles yet?
Yeah, they have candles. If you go under household, they have candles and some lights and flashlights too. But they do have candles. I recall, unless they're sold out because of a lot of things going on right now. But
Kimberly, we have with 4,300 items. I think the candles are 4,126. Mark hasn't gotten that far yet, so he hasn't found them. But when he gets to 4,126, he'll get to the candles. So
there you go.
I haven't got to them yet either.
I got to get to the candles and the incense and some of the things that are more meditative.
They have incense. I do know they have incense. I saw those.
Okay.
When I was shopping around. One of the things I do want to share with you guys that with those of you who got your Minion napkins, what I think is very funny is on the back. Look at the back. So it's covered up with a sticker. Yeah. But look at the added fun that you get on the back side. What a great artist to make these so fun is that you have the front and it's covered up by the label in the back, right?
I'm trying to get my wife to help me with that.
But
I'm tearing it now.
There you go. I had to open mine. I always open mine from the side so I can pull them out and neat and organized. And then I have a napkin holder that I put my napkins in, especially the fun ones. But now I don't know which side to use.
Now that's going to be a serious
problem,
to use.
So the problem
And the other thing I need from you is we need more cookies because the cookies disappear really fast. I'm almost done with the cookies that you sent me, so I need a big bulk. We need big bulk boxes.
Order multiple quantities. Then you get the bulk packages. See, there you go. You can do that.
There you go. And you know what's interesting? Like when I do, I go get my ice cream now. I get it by the case at the brick and mortar store because the guy told me, he goes, you know, you come in here, you just order it by the case. We'll have them for you. And so I go and I order, and I get my big case, and I don't have to go as often. And because I felt bad if I took the whole thing anyway, right? So now they keep a whole case for me, and I come and get my case. But all you have to do is ask sometimes. But I didn't even have to ask. I show up so much that. But I'm loving my back of my napkins.
I can't get the sticker off, Kimberly. I'm making a mess of it.
Right, I do. That's why I opened my napkins. But you know, Coach, just to answer your call about keeping the youth in us, this keeps the youth in me.
There you go.
So,
and Coach Kamar, I just saw on the chat that you've got to leave shortly. So, do you have any final thoughts that you want to share with us before you bounce off? Because I did see that you had communicated with Ankit that you have to bounce off shortly.
Yeah, so I just wanted to recap because a lot of people must have joined late. The homework or maybe the home play for this week, because it's going to be a full moon week. Yeah, it's the home play. That's how my coach says it.
Home play. I love it. Let's do it.
Yeah, because work sounds so much heavy. So yeah home play it is. So we have to make these triangles this way. And then we have to put our intentions and meditate with our intentions or anything which we like to manifest in our lives during the full moon and 5 days after it. And then we can discuss in our next call, or maybe we can take some shares that how it helped others.
And don't forget to keep the kid in you, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah, just don't forget the child inside you die.
But I'm loving this, and to definitely reflect that this week is the full moon. Don't let it bring out the animal in you, right? Let it bring out the positive. That's why we're doing this. And it's like you said, to let it manifest the things we want in life. That's what we're supposed to focus on. And I thank you so much for recapping, because that's very important for our homework. But thank you so much for joining us today. And, and again, congratulations on the health of your mom.
Thank you.
Any prayers in that way. And we'll light a candle today. Thank you so much. And we got Ankit came back. Yay.
And he brought our brother from Nigeria, it looked like.
Yeah.
Well, Coach Anandmai has been amazing for us today, and stayed with us since 2 hours almost now. Bless her heart. I know that's hard.
I heard she was talking about the inner child. One of the problems that I have is I must have a lot of inner child in me, because my grandkids are always saying to me, "Oh, Pa, grow up."
Yeah, I get that too. My nieces tell me that.
So anyway, so what?
I want to share something with Ankit. Where is it? Go ahead, Lynn. Go ahead.
I was going to say, should we talk quickly about the dollar store? And because we have some great promotions, but I want to first say that we're thrilled to be able to support the mission of Money Masters PBS, which is the not-for-profit that owns IBM TV. And that mission is to cut the gap between poverty and financial sustainability, to provide financial education and financial fitness. And we really, really support that mission of Money Masters PBS. So we have the Family Dollar Store through the end of the month of August. And I don't know, Kimberly, how you thought you heard me say that. Maybe you can read my mind, because I was about ready to say it the other day, and you preempted me. But through the end of the month of August, we are going to be giving 100% of our profits to Money Masters PBS. So we encourage everybody to please get on, become a customer. You will get $5 worth of gift tokens when you do that. And Oh, I wonder.
It's my internet today, so
Okay.
it has nothing to do with you. It's my internet.
Yeah, because I'm going to check to make sure I've got mine up. So it must be your internet. But so become a customer, get $5 worth of gift tokens. And if you do it during the month of July, we will send you another $5 worth of gift tokens. So why not become a customer? You don't have to buy yet, but you get your gift tokens that you're able to use when you make your first purchase. Then when you start making your purchases, you'll know that when you look at the item, there's a little heart next to it. If you really like that item and you're going to reorder it again, instead of having to go through all 4,300 items like Mark hasn't done yet, then you just click on the heart, and the heart takes it to the category which is your special items. They're in a category for you, so you just go in your customer office and you look at that, and it'll have the list of items that are your favorites, and you can just reorder right from your favorites without having to get to item 4,100 and what did I say, Jim? It was 4,126 that Mark hasn't gotten to yet. So
I haven't got to those yet, but I'm working on it.
Anyway,
so he found the napkins. That was the important thing.
Yeah.
So he found the cookies. He's the cookie monster, and so that's important.
But here we go.
Here's your favorite checkout. See, here's your wish list.
Thank you, Ankit. So Ankit has found the site. We have all the baby stuff. We have lots of name brand products. Johnson & Johnson. I can't remember what the Fisher Price. We have stuff in
Sesame Street.
Yep, Sesame Street. We don't have a big a Cookie Monster uniform yet for Mark to buy, because I know that's something Mark wants desperately, is a Cookie Monster uniform.
I need the Cookie Monster uniform for sure. Question, I know we're working on India. Is there any hope anytime soon that we're going to have anything in Nigeria for our brothers down there in Nigeria? Because I see he's joined the call. So I want to know, are we going to have anything soon? Or is he going to have Nigerian in America buy stuff?
Well,
really, I wanted to ask that question. If Dollar Store can really come to, probably you name it the Naira store. It's okay.
What store?
Yeah, it's that I don't mind if the Dollar Store can come to Nigeria, although I've heard so much about the Dollar Store. But if you don't really want to name it the Dollar Store, you can also name it the Naira store. But at least let it be affiliated to the Naira store.
The Naira store, yes. Well, that's like my friend from England. She calls it the pound store.
There you go.
So why not? We can call the one in India the rupee store, right?
Yeah, sure.
I love it. We will make it happen. Actually,
please.
Ankit, we need to talk a little bit about that because we got to get the store in India going, so we can use it as our model for going to Nigeria, where we're going to do the Naira store. How's that? Right?
Great.
Wonderful.
And I don't know if you guys noticed, but we've got our guys here that bring their patches on the show for those moments when you might get some pain. You can directly locate the CBD and lidocaine to that location. And I'm sure that Lynn will share with you that if you put it on before you go out and shoveling, you're less likely to hurt as bad.
I didn't do it this morning, Kimberly, and you should chastise me, because we got a truckload of mulch. And so I was helping my wife put the mulch in the gardens, and I didn't put on my lidocaine patch. But I will do it tomorrow morning because we have to do some more mulching. So there you go. And Jim, by the way, uses this all the time, as everybody knows, because Jim has a real problem playing Sasha Star in chess, it's very painful for Jim when he does it. So he needs to it's a lot of pain in his brain because so he needs to put it on his head first. And then because it's so hard moving the chess pieces around the chessboard that he's got to put it on his arm because, you know, there's a lot of tendonitis from moving those little chess pieces around. But anyway, but Jim left, so unfortunately,
Yeah, Jim is getting ready to go prepare to meet Sasha and probably get beat by him really badly because I know he said he had to jump off because he got to prepare for that match and everything. But
I hope he took his lidocaine patches with him.
I hope he took it with him because it's going to be real painful if he did not. You know, this is Spiritual Saturday, and I know for a fact that our brother from Nigeria, he's actually got a spiritual show. So I'd love to hear him talk about spirituality coming out of Nigeria, since I know he's got a spiritual show.
Before we do that, real quick, though, I got to share something with Ankit because he knows that I finally got my minion napkins, and I want to share with you the little kid inside of me. Right, I got my minion napkins, but I found out there's a surprise. The back of them.
Wow.
Yeah, the back of them have a little artwork, but you didn't see it because the back was covered up with a label, right?
Yeah,
so had a label, and I tried to, but it's funny because now everybody's opening up their napkins to see the back side has the. It's just something goofy, just something fun. Keep the kid alive in you. I wanted to do this for 4th of July instead of the red, white, and blue because I got a lot of flags, but something fun and goofy and stuff like that. But yes, welcome to our show and all the way from Nigeria. Share with us what you're doing today.
Hi, everyone. Actually, today has been raining. It has been raining cat and dog since morning. It's actually 6:28 p.m. our time. So since morning it has been raining. Mark, you asked about spirituality in Nigeria. Actually, Nigerians are kind of spiritual in the sense that most of them stick to their religions. Like we have the Christians, we have the Muslims, we have the traditional people, like I said earlier on, and people are too attached to their religions. They believe they need that connection between them and their God. And this might really sound crazy. Most Christians believe that with God they'll be able to not be able to get contacted with coronavirus. You understand? So most people just believe that and use religion to try and overlook the possibility of getting infected with coronavirus, for you to understand how deep Christianity and Islam is also with Nigerians. It's really, really high. And today has been great. It's just that it's raining, traffic everywhere, and it's okay.
Well, one of the things that we talked about before you got on was we were talking about how a lot of times folks need to discover their inner child. And one of the things I know from some of my African brothers and African sisters is that y'all definitely do that on a regular basis, because I see folks, even adults out there playing soccer, playing games, and actually enjoying themselves and not so much getting, I mean, yes, you're concerned about adult things and adult things happening in the world, but I have definitely noticed a lot of my African brothers and sisters still engaged in the whole activity of child play and being involved in sports even as adults. And the other thing we talked about was the connection of family. And I know that that's one of the things I've seen even in some of the coming of age things. Like I said, I talked to you before on the show or one of our other shows about how I remember working at the Arts Council, and there would be these long activities where people would be celebrating the coming of age that might start at 10 o'clock and they might not end until 6, 7, 8, 9, some ridiculous hour in the morning, but they went on for a long time, kind of that celebration. So definitely it seems like a lot of the continent, and definitely in Nigeria, there is a celebration of life. So if you just want to comment on those kind of things that I've mentioned, but that's just something that I've observed in watching some of my African brothers and sisters.
Well, you're actually correct. One thing I understand about Nigerians and I believe Africans is that we have this bond with families. most of us can't really stay with our families. It's really funny that you could see um, someone trying to help his siblings because of things that are really not good for the person. They're trying to help them and get help them get their lives along. Unlike the Western world where you're just all man to himself. We like using that word all man to himself. But here in Africa, we kind of do things together. Then coming about adults still playing football or games with kids. Yeah, it's a common thing we do here. It's very common. We kind of have this bond, especially with everybody. So it's not as if that we need to stand out, but we just need to. We believe it's just bonding. That with that we'll be able to bond with our community, we'll be able to bond with society. And what else? Mike, could you help me come again with that question again so that I'll know where to finish
No, the
highlighting?
other part that was asking was just talking about the bond, but also the coming of age. Because I know a lot of times the African nations, particularly Nigeria, there's a lot of the coming of age kind of activities where folks, as they turn teenagers and things of that nature, and they bond with a lot of their families. I know that I've also sometimes seen when they've done events at the Arts Council where I work at, or have worked in the past, they would have like grandparents, even great grandparents, involved in those activities. So, and they went on for long hours. I remember some of them, they might start at like 10 or 11 in the night, and they were still going on way into the early morning.
Well, yes, it still happens, yeah, and we believe that it's a kind of way to. I hope I'm getting this question right because I
Yes.
am trying to. Yeah, we kind of use that to actually. Let me just use the word bond. You understand? From there, you get to know your history. You get to know your where you're coming from, and while they're doing this, you're kind of learning your culture and at the same time. And with this, it helps bring the family united. You understand? So it happens. Let me say 80% of families practice this act probably because of religion or also culture. You understand? I would say the remaining 20 are not really that interested, but those that practice it use it as a form of bonding. And in Nigeria, we have we have respect for elders, and children kind of that understanding that you need to respect your elders. But the elders coming down to bond with the children is to also give them that vibe and that excitement that we're all together and we can also be one. That's why we practice such acts.
Yeah, because Lynn was earlier talking about how even in some of the cultures around here, that sometimes he even spends time with his grandkids and folks of that nature. And he was actually sharing with us before you got on. I think you might have missed it about his. Was it your granddaughter, Lynn, that had the bicycle accident? So y'all getting ready to take the bicycle away from her?
No, that was my daughter-in-law who happens to be in her 50s. So
Whoa.
yeah, so that's the second time she's fallen. They live in Toronto. Don't know how she did it today. Haven't heard yet. She broke her right wrist. A year ago, she broke her left elbow. Landed on her head. She was fortunate to wear a helmet. I presume she had a helmet on today. So no, that wasn't the kid. That wasn't the kids. The well, maybe that was the inner kid in her too, who was out on her bike. So,
And that's part of what we were talking about, even when we had Coach Kamara on, to my brother from Nigeria. So what kind of things do you do personally to kind of like celebrate your inner kid? Because that's part of what we were having a conversation, just things that we've done. I mentioned being part of a duck race where we had little rubber duckies that were running down a stream, but just yourself personally, what are the things that you do to celebrate the inner kid? I mean, I know you're involved in different things in your world, but just when you want to celebrate the inner kid in your own life, what do you do?
I pray the network is okay. Good. Now, what I do most times is let's kind of dance. I remember while I was young, we have this break dance. We call it break dance in Nigeria, and I do dancing a lot. I play soccer.
Cool.
I remember while little, I used to jump. I used to jump on the bed. Can you guys hear me?
yes.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we hear you. You were saying you used
Yeah,
to jump
so,
off the bed as a kid?
Wow, it's just static. Your mic is actually static, but if you guys can hear me, I can still go on. And I remember another thing that brings out the kid in me is jumping on the bed. You know, just jumping, and
Nope, we lost him. But I remember jumping on the bed, even if sometimes, I mean, as a teenager. But I don't know that I would jump on the bed now. Yeah, you, Lynn, if we jumped on the bed, we might crash the bed. So
Yeah.
the bed might fall apart.
Well, my grandkids used to have before they moved, they had one of those trampolines in the backyard. And believe it or not, they got me out on the trampoline with them, jumping up and down on the trampoline. So, you know, and I was in, I guess, I was in my 60s at the time. So why not?
Yeah, I agree. Why not do some of that jumping things? And sometimes there's an apartment complex that I live in right now, and there's a young lady that I met from Brazil, and her friends were out there. And one of the things that they did, and some people might think of this as being childish or not as much of an adult kind of activity, but they had actually hung up in the apartment complex a hammock, and they were just enjoying that hammock kind of living. So I was like, hey, more power to you. And I actually did not get in the hammock, but I did pull up a beach chair and just enjoyed conversation with them while they were sitting there relaxing on the two hammocks that they had hung up there in the apartment complex off of the rails. So they were enjoying that hammock kind of living. So I don't know about you, Lynn, but that's one of the other things. We need furniture in the dollar store. So we need hammocks. They're relatively cheap, so we need hammocks.
Well, I'll talk to Rex about that. I don't know. I don't know how many people would buy hammocks, Mark, but you know, maybe you look, if you get beyond item 4126, you might actually find a hammock there. So I'm kidding.
Oh yeah.
Looks like we've lost everybody. It's just the two of us.
It's just the two of us, and I don't know. We got Ankin that's actually got the power to control everything. Oh, there's Brother Mike again, and there's Ankin again. Ankin's back.
Yeah.
So he's in charge of controls of the wheels.
So Ankit and I can't pronounce bro's last name. So
don't worry, just call me Mike. Anytime you see me, call me Mike.
Oh, okay. So okay, Mike.
So Lynn, challenge is not pronouncing the name. Challenge is to spell it.
Spell it. Yeah, the challenge is to spell it. You know, I have never understood. And I need to ask.
And you know one thing.
I think Lynn has a quick question for you.
Michael, can you give your whole full name? What's your full name?
Okay, Chukwumera.
Okay, Chukwumera. Okay.
Okay, Chukwumera, yeah.
Okay, Chukwumera. Okay, I have never understood how to pronounce NW. Is it Noah?
No. You see, NWA is Nwa.
Nwachimelu.
Yes. Nwachinemelu. Yes. Yes. Nwachinemelu.
What it means? What that means? Nwachinmelu.
Nwachinmelu means the son of God. Yeah, a child of God, like a God's favorite son. So.
Wow.
And what does it translate to again?
That's just actually the son. The son. Okay, son of God. You can also use it that a child God favors. Yes, a child God favors.
And how many? I probably should know this, but how many tribes are there in Nigeria, and which tribe are you more affiliated with, or are they still tribal affiliations?
Well, actually, yes. To be precise, we have about 1,000 tribes in Nigeria with 1,000 languages, yes. But the major three languages in Nigeria is just the Igbo language, the Hausa language, and the Yoruba language. Like the Hausa language, some of them came from the north, like from Niger, some other tribes. Then the Yorubas came from Benin Republic, which is from the opposite sides. Why the Igbos, I think, can't remember actually where the Igbos come from, but they believe the Igbos were actually in Nigeria before other tribes came in. Then we have other tribes who are just like minorities. A lot of them are minors. Like we have the Efik, we have the TV, we have a lot of them, and they speak different languages. And some of them are in a state. They could be like probably 500 in a state. You understand, but also have a common language in which they interact. But the apart from the Igbo, the Yoruba, and the Hausa, we have one central language in which you could still communicate. It's called Pidgin English. That's it's English. Pidgin, yeah, Pidgin English.
Right.
Like if I want to say, like you said right now, saying, wow, you understand? So we change a little of the English language a bit, turn it around, and it's really common. At least it's a language you can speak. Almost 98% of Nigerians will be able to understand you.
Really?
I did not know that. And is Swahili still being spoken around all of Africa, or just in Nigeria, or is it being used at all?
Just only
I remember there was a time that Swahili was kind of being used as like a international language around Africa.
Well, I know Yoruba. Yoruba is kind of I can say Yoruba is kind of international, and Hausa, but Igbo is not like that broad because Yoruba started from Lagos down to Benin Republic, and I think some part of I'm not too sure, but I think some part of Togo also speak Yoruba. You understand? And the Hausa is from the northern part of Nigeria to Niger to Chad. I think let me just stop there because I can remember most of those places they migrate easily with the Northerners. You understand? Because they speak that normal language of Hausa and Fulanese, and but the Igbos just really don't have, let's say, probably been spoken outside the country. It's just only inside the country. Let me put it that way. Yes.
All right. Thank you. And so
So,
Ankit and
I
brother,
have a
and I
question for
got a
Michael.
question. I know you got a question for me, Ankit, but I got a question for you first, which is we're putting together the wish list. This is the wish list for the Family Dollar Store. So I've already put the hammock on the wish list. I want drones on the wish list, and I want the Encyclopedia Nigeria. We got Encyclopedia Britannica. I figured we needed Encyclopedia Nigeria. So these are the wish list for the Family Dollar Store. So Ankit, what's on your wish list for Lynn to get in the dollar store? This is our wish list. Like it might not happen till 2300 or whatever, but
That's a tough question because for that I have to explore the dollar store. But what if you are asking my personal wish list? So whenever I go to a store, I look for maybe we go to a store to buy either essentials or to buy something if we are going out of our travel. So if I make up my travel business, so it could be a deodorant, it could be a basic cream, toothbrushes, toothpaste, napkins, and sanitizers and masks and
we
basic
have
stuff
all
like
those.
that.
We have all those.
And I know
We have all those.
but you don't have clothes. He did say clothes, so we got to add T-shirts and stuff to the list.
We do have actually there are some clothes. Well, clearly you haven't gotten beyond 3,922 because if you got beyond that, you would have seen the clothes. So you just have to. It's when you get finished going through all 4,300 items, Mark, then I'm going to challenge you to go through the whole internet and read everything on the internet. Okay.
But Mark, I've asked a basic question to Lynn that what is the cheapest item on dollar store and what is the costliest item on dollar store? I didn't get any answer.
I have to write myself a note. It's funny because I keep these pieces of paper here to write myself some notes. So I will look this up. But the fact is, my wife says to me that my biggest downfall is I don't write things down. So I'm going to write it down for Ankit. Okay.
Sure.
And Mike, what's on your wish list? Remember, this is our dream list. Do we need a soccer ball on the dollar store?
What?
Well, I would like to see if Lynn can have palm oil on his dollar store, and let's
But
see.
Michael, what you can do is you can open an account on Dollar Store and and send all the points to your sister Jasmine. She can
Yes.
buy from Dollar Store in US.
Yeah,
I think
that's true.
yes, I think my auntie buys from Dollar Store. One of my aunt
Yeah.
buys from Dollar Store. Yeah, she's a nurse. She buys from Dollar Store. Yeah.
But this
Right.
is
I
an
would
on-
also
this
like
is
to,
an
I would like to know. Yes, Lynn.
Come again?
well, this is an online dollar store, Michael. So
Okay.
your sister can just simply buy it and it gets delivered to your house.
Right here.
See, that's what's so great. So if you sign up, you can and get her to become a customer. You can basically send her the tokens, the gift tokens that you get. You can't buy yourself because we can't deliver, or you can buy for her because you can buy there and have it delivered to her house, or to your aunt's house. You can do that. Unfortunately, we can't deliver to Nigeria yet, but it may happen. But the fact of the matter is, because even I live in Pennsylvania, and it was interesting because we had our highest number of COVID cases on Thursday since back in May, and so like the other states, even our state, which has been pretty good, is showing some increased number of cases. So what we're hoping to do is have people stay home. And as Kimberly, if she were on here, she would say this: there are 5 things people should do. Okay, they should figure out what they have to spend their money on. They should save what they don't spend. They should invest what they save. They should make sure they can pay taxes, and then they should give forward to their charities. Okay, and so those are important things. But with the dollar store, we help you do all that because when you spend, it costs you less. You don't have to go out because time is money, and so you stay home. But also you don't spend money on gasoline, and consequently, when you buy at the dollar store, the online dollar store, you're supporting the mission of Money Masters, which is to be able to cut the gap between poverty and financial sustainability. So go to our online store. You can see here, Michael, we have a green button. And if you happen to be colorblind, that's okay because it's round, and so you'll know it. So my father was colorblind. I like to laugh because he couldn't tell the difference between red and green. So he couldn't. And he never had, he had one car accident that I ever knew about, and that was somebody who hit him and blew his car up. Fortunately, he got out of the car. But so he never had accidents. So I guess he knew where to look for the green light and the red light on the traffic lights. But he would know to push the round button, and it'll take you on the IBM TV website. It'll take you right to the dollar store. Just become a customer. You can ship to your aunt, okay, or any of the rest of your family who's here in the United States. I think you said you have a sister. Where's your sister live?
I have a cousin. She stays at Chicago. I have an aunt that stays at Texas.
Oh, in Texas. Okay. Yeah. Well, we deliver to Texas. Well, we deliver to Texas. We deliver to Chicago. We deliver pretty much all. We deliver to North Carolina.
You have delivered to me. That is for sure. I have gotten a box twice, but we're still trying to decide if Texas is actually part of the United States. We're not 100% sure of that. We're still trying to figure out.
That's
So Lynn, the easiest way is that I have just invited Michael on Dollar Store. So maybe he'll get
okay.
Okay.
I just did it.
We're trying to figure out if Texas and California are actually part of the United States. So that's the mystery. We're trying to figure out if they are actually part of the United States or not. But we think they are.
Jim lives in the Socialist Republic of Northern California. So we're not sure they're still part of the United States up there, but that's okay.
Well, we're divided states, right? We're not United States, so we kind of got to figure out what are the laws in each state before you do business in them. You can't do anything the same in any of the states. I've never understood this United States name. But if anything, we are here to help and do the business. They do deliver all over the United States,
Yes,
and except for where Lynn lives, he has to go to the post office to pick it up. But I found out that places that don't have mail delivery to the houses seem to have fewer COVID cases.
Which is funny because I still have not found out that there have been any COVID cases in our community. Now, in fairness, actually, it's the general area around us, not just our community, but this particular community has had none. So.
But Lynn, when you say that, we would like to see the community maybe. So next time, maybe you can join from your backyard or from your front yard to show how
Yeah, well,
it looks like.
What I should do is this community is the home of a small Protestant sect called Swedenborgian, and there was a very wealthy family who supported the community way back at the turn of the century. And I'm talking about back when I was born at the beginning of the 1900s. You all know how old I am. And anyway, it was the family by the name of Pitcairn, John Pitcairn, who was a member of the church, was very wealthy. He founded Pittsburgh Plate Glass. And one of his sons actually was one of the co-founders of Eastern Airlines, which Kimberly remembers. But
I remember Eastern.
I flew Eastern.
Yep.
I flew Eastern too.
So do we. But they built a beautiful cathedral here. There's a one of the sons built a castle. If it were wintertime, I could see the cathedral from the house here. I'm not a member of the church, so I'm sort of an interloper, if you will. But I will tell you this: the kids are so polite. The people here are wonderful, and everybody just loves to say hello to everybody. It's sort of refreshing to me. Where I lived for 28 years. The neighbors across the street, when they moved in, I went over to welcome them. Never heard from them again. The neighbor up the hill, we took her cookies when they moved in. She barely thanked us, closed the door, never heard from them again. And I felt like I didn't live in a community. Here we live in a community. Everybody's wonderful. We go out and walk in the neighborhood, my wife and I do, and everybody makes a point to say hello to you, which I think is really fantastic. So maybe one day, if I can get connectivity, I can take my laptop or maybe what I'll do is. What?
You can use your smartphone and show us.
Well, what I'll do is, why don't I take some pictures of the cathedral and the castle?
Absolutely.
And and the family has done some wonderful things. John had 3 sons. The one, as I said, helped found Eastern Airlines. But one of them was a major supporter of the Philadelphia Orchestra, and I think if we have probably one of the best orchestras in the world here in Philadelphia. In fact, actually, where I live, there was a concert pianist who lived here. It was built as a music studio, so you can see the balcony. I'm on a balcony looking out over a great room, and the concert pianist used to give concerts downstairs when he lived here. So
wow.
it's It's fun, but yes, we don't have any COVID here yet. Knock
That's
on
good.
wood. Knock on wood. We won't have any for a while. So
You know, Flynn, I thank you for sharing that story
I
about
pray.
living in a neighborhood without having that neighborhood community feeling versus what it's like to have the neighborhood community feeling. And it is huge. And I tell people out here where I live, I really don't know my neighbors. But what's interesting, because we all just live so far apart, it's old farming land out here, and they've converted some of the land into schools, so we're kind of detached distance wise. But what's interesting is when somebody needs something out here, or we need to pull together to fight a law that's going on down at the courthouse, we unite when needed. And that part has meant a lot to me in this community. It's not about the fact that we're there all the time, but I do miss being able to walk through a neighborhood. I grew up in kind of a neighborhoods, and I've been here for 40 years. So, but I miss that. Hiya, how's it going? And everybody's kind of, get together during holiday events and have picnics and things like that.
so where our kids grew up, it was interesting. Our kids, our kids used to walk to school, okay, and the school was maybe about a mile away. Now they bus all the kids from that location. But so there was Sean who came up. He was a block away. He was the farthest. He picked up my daughter Wendy and my son Doug, and they would start going, and they would collect all these kids. And by the time they got to school, there was a gaggle of kids, or maybe it was a horde of kids, or whatever you want to call them, a pack of kids. And then when school let out, the gaggle, horde, or pack, or whatever it was, would get together, and they would all walk home together, and it was just fantastic. So we did have a neighborhood in those days, but that happens to be. We moved out of there 35 years ago. So unfortunately, not until we moved here 2 years ago have we had that kind of experience, and it really is a lot of fun. So,
hey Lynn, do you still have the piano there?
What?
He
I
has.
was asking Lynn if you still had the piano.
I may have told you my brother is a concert pianist. He's actually a world class pianist. So I decided that maybe, because I took piano as a kid, but all I wanted to do was play football and baseball. So it was torture for me to take more than a half an hour. But we did buy a piano, and I said, I'm going to take up the piano. Well, for 35 years or 33 years we had a piano, and I never played it. So we finally sold it when we came here. So anyway.
I think we need to wrap up. But I wanted to thank you for taking me down memory lane. I truly, truly miss walking to schools. I wish we would get back to community.
I walked in my high school too, and I missed that too.
And before we wrap up, I wanted to know about something from Michael. I mean, maybe we can discuss it on our next week, because Nigeria is very close to Nigeria is very close to Ecuador. So maybe have you been to Ecuador, and what was your experience with Ecuador? Because this is something which very few people have experienced, and there is some different signs or something happened at that particular point of time. So maybe not today, but maybe in our next show we can discuss about that. Okay. Michael?
No problem.
All right.
Please, Lynn, can I ask a question, Lynn, please? Lynn, do you have an African section in your store? And do you think you could add it? That would also attract more Africans to your store.
We will take a look at that. Yes. I will be honest. I know that Mark has looked at more of the 4,300 items than I have. I've only gotten to around 1,176. And
I've still got a long way to go. Like you said, I got to look for all of them. But Kim, just real quick, and I know we got to get off. You're the only one that didn't answer the question, which is I was giving Lynn our wish list. So I put drones and a couple of other things on the wish list. So what is on Kim's wish list for the dollar store? Then you could have it in the dollar store. It's on your wish list.
Oh, if it's not there already,
Yes.
ice cream.
Yeah, but we can't skip ice cream.
Snickers ice cream. There you go. But we know we can do perishables. But okay, guys, let's wrap up. Oh, I just want to recap real good. Thank you so much for the guests who came in today and our panelists who shared with us some great essentials that we could start doing in our lives, using supplements in teas. And we'll continue those talks moving forward. I also want to talk and thank Coach Anandmai for teaching us the spiritual things that we need to do, and to don't forget to do this, especially during the full moon, every day for 5 days after the full moon, and ask for something. Right? Spend 8 to 10 minutes practicing your breathing, focusing on the things that you wish to manifest back into your life again or into your life. And thank you guys for such an enjoyable spiritual day.
It's very spiritual. Whoops.
Thank you.
Computer. Sorry about that.
Mark fell over.
No, it was having too much fun with the computer. The computer fell over. I did not fall over, but the computer fell over. But I caught it. Definitely enjoyed it. Great conversation. Thanks a lot. Thoroughly enjoyed myself, and look forward to next week. And the spiritual Saturday.
Great.
Great.
हैंड होकर और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अच्छू अच्छू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
And it's time to wrap up. And thank you, and happy Independence Day to America and to the world. And we'll see you tomorrow on Super Sunday with great music and great stuff for kids. And do join us tomorrow at 10 a.m. EST. Take care. Bye bye. And